action.
Right, that's why we don't need a quorum.
Robert?
I got.
Good evening. This Commissioner Committee is now in session. We're doing the second part of our budget hearings, and we're going to hear from a good number of departments this evening, just as we did yesterday. I'm going to ask the Deputy Clerk to call the roll.
Commissioner Cooper, absent. Commissioner Gill, absent. Commissioner Luciano.
Here.
Commissioner Mercado, absent. Commissioner Richardson.
Here.
Commissioner Siebold, absent. Commissioner Sermons. Commissioner Vice President Murray Thomas, absent. Commissioner President Palmares.
Here. Thank you. We're going to please stand and join me in the pledge. I'm going to ask Commissioner Richardson to lead us in the salute.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I'm just going to ask for a moment of silence in honor of those we lost. It's the last time we may come together. Thank you. I have before me certification from the Deputy Clerk that this meeting is in compliance with the Open Public Meetings Act. And as I mentioned, this is a committee meeting, so we're going to be hearing from the administration and various departments today. Mr. Jackson, good evening.
Good evening, Mr. President.
Who are we going to start off with today?
County Council, Mr. St. John.
Good evening, Mr. St. John. Just for the record, please state your name and affiliation for the record.
Good evening, Mr. President. My name is Jerome St. John. I'm the Essex County Council, and I apologize. I've gotten old and deaf in service to my county. You know where that comes from. And so if I can't hear you, I know Franny's going to help me with it. So
No, no apologies necessary, Mr. St. John. Why don't you just tell us, give us an overview of your budget, and then we'll ask Mr. McInerney to ask any question he may have.
I'd be happy to. The County Council's office oversees the Office of Inspector General, mental health, welfare, and support. Also, obviously, litigation, labor law. You've all been involved with many of those labor matters. There are nine lawyers. At present, there's 231 active cases going on, plus there are 391 tort claims filings that took place in 2025. My experience has been roughly a third of those will turn into actual lawsuits against the County of Essex. So there's many matters. As all of us know, we settled all 27 contracts, so that's going to help this next year. And I have I have two and a half open positions in the County Council's office at present. So that gives you, in a nutshell, what the County Council's office does.
Thank you, sir. Mr. McInerney, questions? I'm sorry, I feel tab and page number so everyone can follow.
Tab 4, page 33.
Thank you, Mr. Tab 4, page 33. Mr. Jackson. Tab 4, page 33.
So in the County Council's office, as I look at payroll number 2, I saw 16 positions filled. Do you have three vacancies at this time?
I think it's 2.5.
You have 2.5 vacancies?
Yes.
What is it, 2 full-time? Is it 2 full-time, 1 part-time?
Yes.
Different, so we're on the same page. So you're going to fill those positions?
Yeah, I hope.
Okay. All right, so that said, the other thing on other expenses is professional services.
Yeah, $300-something thousand. I'm doing it from memory.
Well, yeah, you're up, last year, your modified budget, which started at $910,000 and then it went to $1.6 million. You needed transfers in of over $700,000. You expended almost all of that. And this year, you have a budget for professional services of exactly what you had the previous year of $910,000. So what's the chance that you're going to need more money in that line item?
That it will stay at that number?
Well, yeah, I'm saying it didn't last year by...
I know. Here's where we are, frankly. I believe in managing objective, and so we're going to have the line. It's going to be extremely difficult, extremely difficult.
So, I mean, I think that was true for the prior year, too. So, I mean, you know, it gets to a point where we really should be budgeting what is anticipated to be the expenditures rather than, you know, transferring in almost 100% of what you originally budgeted for.
Yeah,
So-
I think in terms of that, if we are fortunate enough to win cases at the initial stages of them, so we
Yeah.
don't have to actually try them over extended trials. So today I was working on a brief for an injury that took place at the park where a child impaled himself on a fence, and we're making the argument under that Arias versus Bergen County case, we're immune from all litigation. If judge will buy that, and he should, that's the law now. If he buys that, we won't have to try the case, we won't have several weeks of trials. So that's the kind of thing that I'm hoping that we'll be able to be successful on in 2026.
Right.
But some of the matters that go back with the cell phone cases and other things,
Yeah.
we'll see what happens with those.
Well, this was a cell phone case, wasn't this in part?
They're not resolved.
Okay.
There's all depositions have taken place, and it comes down to where are we if the judge, in the preliminary stages, will rule in our favor and we get out of the case before a trial. That's a big benefit to us.
But last year, we had the other big case, too, which was the air conditioner
We had
case. right?
your microwave case?
The microwave,
Yeah.
microwave, yeah.
Yep, the Boyd case?
So how much expenditures in that professional line item was, do you know how much of that was attributable to that case?
The issue is, they're replaced by new cases. I mean, it's that
Right.
simple, so.
No, but I'm
not-
saying, was that
I wish I could-
extraordinary?
I wish I could say to you that the Boyd case not happening is going to save us a lot of money because that was a big one. We're starting into the big one where the child was hit crossing the street in Newark by the car and will have lifelong care will have to be given. I don't think we have any liability personally. If the court sees it our way, it's going to be, so that's the kind of thing, Frank, that we're faced with.
Right.
Are the judges going to let us out early before we have to potential money into the cases?
Right. But again, just a lot of the expenditure for 2025, or a good amount of were incurred and paid because of that case, that large case for the
Yes,
the,
to be
microwave.
replaced by new cases. We have over 30 sexual assault cases.
Right. Yeah.
You know, if they haven't tried, this budget is gone. I can tell you that. If we can resolve them, well, I can try to stay within the budget. But we have 30-something of them.
Yeah. I know this question isn't really in your purview, but you did get involved with it, and it is something that I'm curious about. We made, up in the ECIA, we made a change in the council that's representing the ECIA in the
The
pollution.
Pollution?
Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
That is saving us a significant amount of
a
money.
ton of money. Those were
We're paying
millions.
millions of dollars, and we have it down to about $20-something thousand a month now.
Yeah.
So,
Not to go into a lot of detail, is that case any sooner to be resolved? Is that still?
the upper Passaic was settled. We're now to the bottom Passaic. That's in litigation, and then you have North Bay. So, no, it isn't.
Okay, so that's going to go on. That's all I have, Jerome.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McInerney. I'm going to recognize Commissioner Cooper has joined us. Commissioners, any questions for Mr. St. John? Commissioner Cooper.
Not a question, more. I want to commend Mr. St. John for his.
Commissioner, can we just bring the phone number? To right close.
Right.
We can hear your microphone.
I want to thank you, Mr. St. John, for the work that you and your staff has done with holding the line and managing these cases, especially given that our always favorable, but you have done a terrific job with making sure that we still have good legal representation to settle some of these very challenging, trying cases. So I appreciate that. I wanted to tell you that on the record. Thank you.
Do you know how much I appreciate that? Particularly coming from you, because you've been following these things carefully. And so I know that's not just an idle statement, so thank you very much.
Thank you, yeah.
I think you've done okay, Mr. St. John.
That's about it, that's okay.
I'm teasing you, but you've done a great job, thank you. And in particular, I think the board would agree that, particularly proud of the fact that all our contract negotiations are up to speed and current, and they moved along pretty quick in 2025, and into 26. So thank you for that. If there's no other questions? All right, Mr. St. John, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thanks to all the commissioners, too. I appreciate all the help you've given me.
You better go before they start asking you questions.
Right,
Yes,
that's right.
yes.
Learn to go. Next up is Park.
By the way,
I told you, you got to go. You got to run out of here. Good night.
Department of Parks and Recreation, that's tab 10, page 141.
Thank you.
well, who's the guy with the white hair?
Oddly enough, Commissioner, I think I've seen a bust of a guy that looks just like that somewhere. 110, you said, right? Did you say 110, Mr. Jackson?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm trying to
No,
mitigate.
I'm sorry, 141.
141. I'm trying to mitigate my paper cuts tonight.
Tab 10, page 141.
Thank you, sir.
141.
The handouts and everything.
Okay. Maybe, Adam, is Adam available? Can you come on up and give us the hand? Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Salvante. Just for the record, please just state your name and affiliation and tell us who's here with you today.
Okay. Commissioner President, Palmieri's Vice President Thomas, and the entire Essex County Board of Commissioners. Good afternoon. Salvante, Director of the Essex County Park System. With me this evening, Deputy Director Kate Hartwick, and the Administrative Assistant Jamie D'Onofrio. In addition, we have Crowd Favorite Business Manager Joshua Zates.
Yeah. In favor, yeah.
Some of our highlights. In 2026, this budget, Branchbrook Park will be celebrating its 50th anniversary for its Cherry Blossom Festival. In 2026, the Monte Irvin Orange Park Playground, as well as the playground located at the Wassessing Park East Orange side, currently under renovations, will be open. Riverfront Park will see improvements to its athletic field, tennis courts, basketball courts, and playground. The Irvington Park athletics fields are scheduled for renovation this spring. Branchbrook Park basketball courts and the restroom building will have improvements for this summer. In addition, Turtleback Zoo will open its lemur exhibit, which we will have completed by this spring. We are prepared to discuss our budget, and Mr. Zates will run that part of the operation. We handed out the 2025 gross revenue. You can see by the pie chart and on what our revenues were in 2025. Josh, let me just say, is this one here? I got you. Okay, the 25 gross revenue, as you can see, Turtleback Zoo was over $13 million. Golf operations was 5.5. Cody Arena was 3.2. Our our environmental center and our trust accounts was 2.5 million. So you can see our total amounts for our revenue for the 2025 season. Are there any questions?
We'll have a few. Thank you. Mr. McInerney, why don't we begin with you, and then we'll move on to commissions.
Yeah, I'll get back to revenues, but let's just look at the overall budget. Your budget has overall a 2% increase in salaries and wages and no increase in other expenses. Overall, your budget is 1%, and it's been pretty much at that level with nominal increases over a number of years. So, we can get into some of the details here, which I want to, but overall, I'm saying this budget does not increase by astronomical amounts. It's not really plagued by any amount of gross overtime. We're seeing a lot of overtime in a lot of other areas with explanation, but I think, and I did speak to you previously about it, the issue I want to talk about is the temporary help, and you start to see that possibly the temporary help is a lot of the reasons you potentially don't have a lot of overtime. So I'll just get into that. I'm looking at, first we'll go to, I'm going to do this in a little bit different order, Dan, because I've got it based on the payroll, how that goes. In the environmental, there's 3 temporary employees. In the arena, there's 33. In the zoo, there's 118. In golf, there's 22. And in maintenance and support, there's 4. So there's 94 full-time positions in your department and 188, if you will, part-time positions. This obviously doesn't include what comes out of open space, correct? That's separate.
Correct.
Okay. And that's what, like another 50 that comes in?
Until about 60.
About 60? Oh,
Yeah.
Okay. That said, and there's 118 temporary positions now in the payroll being paid at the zoo, and one of the questions I had was, why does that number seem high at this point in time, or is it high?
Sure. I'll refer that to our Deputy Director, Kate Hartwick.
Good evening. So I believe we were looking at payroll 2 with those
Yes, it
numbers.
was
So I just
payroll
wanted to
2.
confirm it. So payroll 2 for our seasonals included all holiday lights at the zoo because it went through January 2nd.
Okay, all right.
Holiday lights did not close this year until January 4th. So that is one of the reasons for the large number. It was open 12 months of the year.
Right.
So there are some seasonal staff who come in and out throughout that year.
Right. What would be, if I was to look at payroll 3, what would I see in the zoo temporary help, roughly?
Josh, do you have a number on payroll 3?
Joshua is Essex County Parks. I don't have payroll 3 in front of me, but I could just say currently there's 95 seasonal over at the zoo.
Okay. And they get involved in action with all the feeding the animals and,
So yes, we have seasonals in every department at the zoo. A large number of them are cashiers, for example, with the 7 days a week. They're split up weekends versus weekdays, things of that nature.
right. And is there a policy basically to make sure they stay under a certain amount of hours? Is that in the scheduling?
Yes.
Okay. All right. As you look at the revenues here, are you anticipating basically what you realized last year? I think in the budget, it's $2 million more
Correct, based on our fee
increase.
increases,
We just passed that.
which was just passed,
the
correct?
ordinance, yeah. And so kind of delineate some of this. As far as the rounds at the golf course, is that staying, basically
Well,
on
last
par?
year's, you recall, last year's revenue did not include week wake for the full year because we opened up late in the season, which was in August.
Okay.
So our other 2 courses took over most of the rounds that we missed that week wake. So we anticipate all 3 courses to probably average between 35 and 42,000 rounds per course.
Yeah. And what is, and the fees now just went up, like what?
I think they went up $5 a round.
$5 an hour. You
Right.
get any feedback from that? I know.
You know, we do a comparison of the other courses within the county as well as private, public, and also Mr. Chris is involved with the State Association on golf courses, so we get a good feel of what the rates are.
All right. Let me take you through the positions now. And again, I'm working off of payroll 2. It may be different than payroll 3. Jeff, you had 5 positions in admin that are budgeted. I had in the payroll only 4. Is there a vacancy in that department?
Yes, there is one vacancy.
Okay. And that's going to be filled, I assume?
Yes.
All right. I had also in cultural affairs, I seen eight positions paid for, and only 7 of those positions were filled. Is there a vacancy there as well?
Correct.
Okay. Let's look at environmental. I also have a vacancy, 5 versus 4. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And the golf, I have 16 and 16 budgeted and 16 filled. Is that
Correct.
correct? Okay. And the same with parking and the same with engineering. Obviously, that's only 1 position. And maintenance, I had, you have 9 position. I saw 7 filled. Is there 2 vacancies there?
There is 2 vacancies currently.
All right, so really, for the entire department, you only have 5 vacancies in full-time positions, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right. I really, I mean, again, given the fact that there's no increases here, and we're looking at an increase in the anticipated revenues of over $2 million, excuse me, thing I do have is, can you run me through some of the trust accounts that you have? I know there's several of them that, but you still have that one up, there was one up in Eagle Rock for,
Correct. So you have a trust account at the Eagle Rock for the High Lawn, for the Eagle, the reservation.
is that still 25,000 or is that more than that now?
No, I think that's, it's up to
60,000?
Right, it's up to 60.
And-
Yeah.
And is that used specifically for Eagle
Strictly
Rock?
for Eagle Rock, that's it.
And what would you typically charge against that trust account?
If we're doing any maintenance improvements to the 9/11 Memorial, we're doing any tree work within the reservation, landscaping, flood control, lighting, those type of improvements to the facility.
And do you pretty much go through that during the course of the year?
There's always a balance. We try to keep it balanced, 25, 30,000 in there.
Yeah, okay. And that's not in the budget? You're not charging that off to your budget?
No.
That's separate? You
Separate.
charge it directly to the trust?
Correct.
What other
Correct.
trusts do you?
We have one for a beautification trust for the McClellan's Boathouse area.
Right.
I believe they pay, is it? No? Okay, which is 5, Josh is telling me it's 5 right now. And again, it's restricted to that area.
Right.
And there's numerous other trusts that we have. We have a bench program. We could sponsor a bench within the park system. There's some beautification ones for cherry blossom trees.
But
that
those are small,
restricted.
right?
Yeah, those are small.
Those are small ones.
Yeah.
Are there any other larger ones, like the ones that you just mentioned?
The only other one is the ones at the, that's right, yeah, South Mountain Recreation Complex. There's a trust account for that as well.
Right. And as far as, what's the arrangement again with the Zoological Society? Is it $1 a ticket or some,
Kate,
what is it now?
So the arrangement with the Zoological Society at the moment is that they pay a subsidy grant towards zoo operations, and they also pay a subsidy grant into the enhancement fund to support improvements to the entire recreation complex.
Okay. What's their source of revenues? Don't they get something off the ticket or?
Sure. All memberships to the
Okay.
zoo, and then they raise private funds.
What was the last one? I'm sorry?
They raise private funds through donors or
Okay.
corporate.
But where is there any allocation of the ticket price that goes to a trust fund?
Yes, we have a user fee built into the zoo admission. It's $2 of
Right.
every admission is going into mission.
And which account does that go to?
That's
That-
trust for the recreation complex.
Okay, all right. And then obviously there's open space, which you've been able to utilize for some major improvements, not
Correct.
operational, strictly major improvements, which has worked out very well. I don't have any other questions, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Mack.
Thank you,
That was very
Mr.
thorough.
Salvante.
Appreciate it. Let me recognize Commissioner Gill, who's joined us for the meeting. I'd like to ask Mr. Salvante a question, just a general one, if you could address, because a lot of times when Mr. Zates comes here, he's very warmly welcomed by Commissioner Richardson to start. And then he a lot of what he's discussing are a good number of grants and transfer of funds through relationships that we may have with other organizations. Can you discuss, just kind of give for the public really to understand the kind of either park alliances or any groups that you work with that do help the Parks Department?
So we have several organizations that you can classify as a conservancy organization or park support group. They vary in different ways. If I use Brookdale Park, for an example, they have a large organization of volunteers that help actually maintain the park and take on projects on their own where they raise funds. Give you an example, the Rose Garden in Brookdale Park is maintained by the Conservancy. A lot of plantings, general cleanup in the park is done by the volunteers. I'll give you an example. The park system is assisting on any of those type of projects. We would provide, manpower to help the day of a cleanup, have dump trucks available and so forth. So whatever cleanup we're doing, we can, finish it by the end of the day. And the same in Verona Park. We have Branchbrook Park. We have Week Wake. Any other ones off the top? Grover Cleveland's another organization. They take on projects. They check with us first. We kind of agree on what they want to do, and they'll go out and raise funds for that project, and they will work with the department in making sure that the project goes as planned.
So they raise funds and provide a lot of volunteer.
A lot of sweat
hours.
equity.
Okay, great. And it sounds like a great opportunity to supplement the entire department. Is that
Correct.
Excellent. Very, very good. Commissioners, any questions or comments for Mr. Salvante and his team? Commissioner Cooper?
Who would be the contact for organizations that's looking to create, I refer them to Josh, someone who recently asked me.
So you're talking about a 501c3, a nonprofit?
A group of folks are looking to create a Friends of organization for Orange Park.
Okay.
I told them I think that's a fantastic idea. They wanted to kind of replicate some of the things that they saw happening at Weekway Park and at Branchbrook Park. So I referred them to Josh and that they needed to go through the incorporation process, but that they should certainly talk to you all first.
Correct.
To make sure that it's a well thought out partnership. So Josh is the contact?
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, so Josh, look out for an email.
Yeah, if I may, I feel like someone from Orange called me
Yes.
within the last month or so, reaching out, and I give them a whole nonprofit packet that they could use.
All right, perfect. I did have another question. So, and also with those community groups, you guys fundraise together, right? Sometimes they apply for, I think it's Green Acres Fund or something or another.
Yes, so when we're doing a park project that we're looking for assistance, we will follow the Green Acres guidelines where a nonprofit can apply for the grant for the project.
All right. And if they wanted to do a cleanup, you guys can support them with.
So basically,
funds?
yes, yes. So basically, when we do cleanups, we ask the organization to give us ample time because there are many groups that want to do cleanups, and then we'll provide trash bags, hand tools if necessary, and manpower.
As a follow-up to the, aside from the Alliance or the Conservancies, you have a good number of volunteers at the zoo for sure and perhaps the environmental. Can you just give us a rough idea how many that is? I mean, I don't need a precise number, but can you give just for on behalf of the public a sense of how many volunteers you have?
I would say at least 2,500.
Wow, that's significant.
Brookdale, Commissioner Gills, that area up in Brookdale, using them as an example, they'll have 200 people on a cleanup day on a Saturday. And take over half the park with their project, and they do that throughout the season. It's not like, there's two ways we do this. There's the general cleanup, you want to come for the one day and do it, and that's it, goodbye. But then you have the organizations that will work with us every, month, weekend, season, and so forth and so on, to take the project all the way through the end. Some of the beautification projects, what we encourage is, we want you to maintain it once it's done. That's the hard part.
Right. Right. That's still a staggering number. That's very
Yes.
impressive.
It is.
And that's got to be a lot of work to manage.
Correct.
So.
Kate, up at the zoo there, they have many organizations that come as part of their company,
corporate responsibility.
Right,
type of-
exactly,
Yeah.
where they come out and volunteer time and so forth. Some of those projects that they do up at the reservation are a little bit more in-depth, where, like public service will come out, and, they'll come out with a force of 100, 150 people and really take a project on it from the beginning to the end.
Commissioners, any other questions? Commissioner Richardson?
It's not a question, just a comment in terms of, how well you take care of the parks and the zoo and the golf courses. You and your team do a phenomenal job. And I tease Zates a lot, but he does.
A lot.
It's been for years. But he does a phenomenal job representing you when he comes for this body. And all of you do. I just wanted you to know that. And you've always been responsive. Anytime I had any issues about any park situation, any questions, you guys are always very responsive. And so I just appreciate that and what you do for us.
Mr. President, I might sit in the chair as a director, but it's a team effort from Gary Arleo to Kate to Josh to Jamie and everybody that works in the department. I appreciate those words.
Great, thank you.
I want to echo Commissioner Richardson's sentiments. I agree, you guys do a phenomenal job with the parks. They're beautiful. I have another quick question that someone just asked. Is the Cody Arena open for rental, and is that form also on the website like the other forms?
As far as renting it for an event?
Yes.
Yes. It can be rented, and the forms are online.
Shaking her head no behind you.
So I'll just clarify, it is available for rent, but the form is not online. You do have to call the arena to confirm availability. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other questions, let me say, strong budget, brings a lot of revenue. It's the best county park system in the country.
No doubt.
Fact.
Absolutely.
To make us very proud. So I say you should go now while it's good. No, in seriousness.
Mr. President, I just,
Commissioner Luciano.
thank you through you, Mr. President. I just, again, been in this seat for many years. I do want to say, hats off to the director and deputy director and their team. Also to Josh holding it down at our meetings. He's at every meeting. But I do also want to put on record that the Parks Department also does great things because they work collaboratively with our Public Works Director, who's sitting back there. If you guys didn't realize that, he's not only Public Works, but he's part-time Parks, because I know him and his team are in there helping out with the parks all the time. So I wanted to give the plug that our departments work collaboratively.
Great, it's an excellent point, Commissioner, and I'm sure he'll get his 2 cents as well. So thank you very much, and if you ever need a volunteer for the Zamboni machine, give me a call. It's one of my lifelong dreams to drive the Zamboni. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
All right, moving right along, Mr. Jackson, we have
Yeah,
Public Works
next up,
next.
which is tab number 7, page 78.
778. Good evening, Mr. Farhis. Just when you're settled down, please just state your name and affiliation for the record, and please introduce anyone who's here with you.
Good evening. My name is Sanjeev Varghese. I am the county engineer. With me, this is Lydia Samuel. She is the fiscal analyst. I was supposed to have Willie Derrickwood with me, my assistant. Oh, you showed up? Yes. Come over here. And he's the assistant county engineer.
Okay, just put the microphone a little closer, sir, because it's a little weak there. Thank you, sir.
Again, just give a brief description of the department. The department has 6 divisions. Probably most of the people don't know it. We have engineering, which does the capital projects. We have planning, who does the planning board. And every development in the whole county comes to the planning board, major developments. Then we have buildings and grounds, which takes care of all the buildings. Yesterday we had a mishap at South 50 South Clinton. We had to shut down the the building because there was a pipe broke, and then we are fixing it. Everything is back to normal. Then we have roads and bridges, which takes care of the whole road transportation system. Then we have a fleet repair shop, which takes care of all the vehicles. We have like 800 vehicles in the county. Then we have the mosquito control. We also have two boards, planning board and the board of construction appeals, which we have monthly meetings. We have 117 positions in the department. 107 are filled, 10 vacancies. We have some seasonals. Some of them are equipment operator, we call them when we have snow. Some are just retired people who comes and helps us a couple of hours every day. And some of them are regular mosquito control seasonal employees. There are 21 of those, and that is the whole personnel staff, and that is reflected in the payroll number 2. Having said this, I'm ready for any questions.
Thank you, sir. Mr. McInerney, we're going to start with Mr. McInerney. Any questions? Then we're going to move on to commissioners.
Okay, so let's take it by department. We'll start with engineering. There are 15 positions that are budgeted for 2026. When I went through the payroll, I only counted 13. Are there vacancies in
There were
engineering
2
right now?
vacancies that time, and 1 was filled, and one is still a vacancy.
So there's 2 vacancies right
That
now.
was, 1 was filled after that, after the payroll 2.
All right. And in engineering, there's a new position that's added. Last year, there were 14 positions. This year,
That's-
there's 15.
That's actually moving from another division to reconcile with the LGS. It's not a position, it's moved from another division, which was the division. From roads and bridges.
Okay, so it came from another
Yeah,
department.
another division. So you will see that reduction in that.
So we'll see a reduction in roads and bridges. Okay. Overall, in engineering, there's like $40,000 worth of overtime budgeted. Last year, you had 63,000 that was expended.
Yeah, we had a lot of projects, which we have a lot of grants coming in, and we have a lot of projects. Engineers are working through and then we have exceeded the overtime allotted last year, so that's why we put slightly more money there.
Yeah, you put $10,000
Yeah.
more than what was budgeted the prior year. All right, let's take planning. Planning only has a 5%. There are 3 people that are budgeted in planning. For some reason, I saw 4 on the payroll. Is there, I don't know if
One is a seasonal.
I'm talking about in planning.
There's only 3 full-time and one is a seasonal.
So one is probably a seasonal that I
Yes.
was looking at, right? Okay. Now, that department has no increase in the staffing, absolutely no increases in other expenses. So let's move on from that. We go to Buildings and Grounds Administration, and that has in wages, a little bit extra, I guess, in overtime pay, an extra 5,000, but all the positions, I mean, it's one salary, so it's not. We're asking for $500,000 more in professional services. Can you explain what? It was budgeted for $5,646,000, and this year it's $6,146,000.
Yeah, last year, we funded for the family courts building for 6 months. So going forward, we'll have 12 months. So we funded the full year this year.
So this is based on that project?
Yes. Family
So-
courts last year was only for 6 months because we commissioned it in June or July. And that was only half of the expenditure, so the rest is funded. This year, we funded the full.
And what specifically was funded? What kind of expenditures?
It's for the maintenance and the janitorial, all those things.
Okay. So that's really,
It's not,
it's expenditures on a capital improvement.
No, it's not capital, it's operating, because the maintenance is done by outsourced by DCO,
Right.
and then the janitorial is private company. We only funded for 6 months last year, so
Okay.
the rest has to come.
All right, so something that could have been capitalized. This is an operating.
No, it cannot be, it's operating budget.
And we got away from capitalizing
Yeah,
a lot of expenses years ago.
We came back from there, because that was just.
We're not going there again.
No, it's.
So then, next year, would we see a reduction in that line
That
item?
will be constant, that will be going forward the same, because that's the operating cost, there will be a slight increase because of the cost of living.
So it stays with the building? And again, there's just that small increase in the staff salary there. Let's move on to buildings and grounds, buildings maintenance. There are 4 employees there. I saw 4 employees as well. There's some temporary help. I think you budgeted for 2. And there's no increases in any of the other expenditures. And just a 1% increase overall, and that's basically it. The increase is really, the larger part of that increase is in temporary help. Why is that up?
Because we have several seasonals, actually temporary workers, and last year that line item, we exceeded a lot. So
Right.
we had to, at the end, we had to do transfers and to fix it.
Will that go down in the subsequent year?
See, I usually absorb all these seasonals during the, so it will either fill the vacancies.
Right. Right.
And if I fill the vacancies, it will go down.
Okay. All right. This is here and other expenses either
No.
in the department. Let's go on to the Hall of Records complex. And there's 34 positions here. I only counted on the payroll 30. Are there 4 vacancies there at this point?
There are 3 vacancies there.
3 vacancies? Okay, maybe somebody was hired since the second payroll. There's no increase in any other expenses. You're staying the same with last year, and there's a modest 3% increase in salaries and wages,
Correct.
which is contractual. So let's move on to buildings and grounds, general repair, and that's strictly other expenses. That stays stagnant at $100,000, same as the previous year. Let's go to the Office of Director for Roads and Bridges. And we have no increases in other expenses, and you're actually reducing base salaries here by a pretty significant amount, $197,000. What is that a result of? Is
Some
that where you
people-
moved one employee over to the beginning?
Yeah, we moved one person here, yeah.
Okay, and that's the only thing?
Yes.
So that salary was equal to $197,000?
Yeah,
or-
that gained on the other, the one we talked about in the beginning.
Okay, all right. And again, though, this went from, so one employee moved over, but you went from 26 employees down to 22. So that's 4 less 1 is 3. So you actually reduced the amount of people in this department?
No, there's no actually headcount reduction. It's like moving people so that it's at the right places.
I didn't see the increase in the other departments. Do you have them?
This is to just reconcile with the LGS and MSI, because there was discrepancies in the numbers, so we were just making sure that it's at the right places.
So effectively, outside of the vacancies, when we get to the budgeted amount, you're saying that it's all the same with the
Yeah, it's
prior
same,
year?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
The Office of Director is 2 employees, and again, there's a small percentage increase, really just in temporary help. This is new in this department. You're putting $67,000 of temporary help here. Why is
It's
that?
the same thing I explained before, my temporary help budget exceeded last year, the 2025, and we went beyond my allotment, so we had to transfer money back, and this is a realistic number, so that,
Okay.
yeah.
And this will stay constant going forward, or no?
Minor variations here and there, but this is exactly we are planning to do.
And again, we'll move on to fleet, which is larger expenditures here. This has 13 employees. I did not have a number for this off the payroll. Are there any vacancies there at this point, or?
There's one vacancy there.
Okay. All right. And there's no increases in other expenses?
No,
The
it's the
as
same,
last
exact
year?
same. It's the same.
Same expense. So basically throughout your budget, there's movement from one department to another department with regard to the positions and salaries and wages. And overall, there's only those areas that we spoke about previously where there's two $500,000 increases in buildings and grounds, administrative and buildings and grounds maintenance. So overall, there's like a 6% increase in the budget overall. Are there any other large capital projects? Can you give us a little rundown on the ones that are coming to an end and
Again,
any
probably
any
this-
new large ones?
We are planning to build a storage facility. We are renting a lot of places at different,
Right.
so we are still in the planning and the design of the storage plus the special transportation, to combine them together so that we can save money from these rents we are paying. It's like we are paying millions of dollars in rent, and if it's ours, it's our own facility and we have the control, and we can probably save the money. If we amortize it to 20 years, probably we'll save the money.
So that would be debt service covered by the elimination of the annual rents on the storage.
Yes.
When does that project take place, do you know? Or, I mean, it's
probably
already in the design?
It's 90% done in design, and we have the property which we bought. Probably in a month, we will go out for bid.
Oh, have you come to the board already on that, or
For purchasing
for the design?
Yes, we came to the board.
Okay. But we haven't seen anything yet in terms of,
We are 90% done. We are running it by the office of the controller's office, so that it's a big project, so it has to run by them.
okay, all right. I don't have any other questions. Thank you very much for your
Thank you,
answers.
Mr. Mackey. That storage facility is also doing election machines, correct?
Yes.
So it's going to really consolidate a lot of expense, for sure. I
Right.
remember we talked about it a lot in '25. We went about it a few times about the big property. Wasn't it the old Verizon building?
Yes,
or
the old, in Verona, yes.
Yeah, something like that. Thank you. I do have one question before I turn over to the commissioners. You had mentioned a little bit earlier about the overtime, but that's in part because of the extra grants you've gotten because we've been so busy, correct?
Yes, this year we have at least $60+ million grant. So salt transportation,
Yeah.
$45 million in safety improvement projects through NJTPA, which is just approved. We get $10 million from the annual transportation program. We get $3-4 million for the bridge improvement programs, then special discretionary grants.
Yeah, that's very aggressive, and it's a lot for infrastructure, which is, I'm sure, desperately needed because of the age of things.
And probably we are the only county who is going after these grants and getting this kind of money.
So does any other county doing this kind of work? I mean,
It's because it's a lot of paperwork. They don't bother doing paperwork. If you don't finish a job, they won't get more money. So we finish this job in a timely manner and we get more grants.
yeah, so I'd say the overtime is well spent if it's, you're hitting home runs here. And I think that's fantastic. You guys you're here a lot, so I know Mr. Antonio presents a lot before us, so a lot of projects. Mr. McInerney.
Has the DOT grant stayed approximately the same from year
The
to year?
DOT, it's the same amount, but it went down a little bit, like few $100,000, but it's going to come back because the trust money went up a little bit. So
Okay.
next year it probably will go up.
Okay. Was it about 9 million or?
9 million, it was 9 million, then it went to 8.9.
Right.
But the tax, the gas tax went up a little bit, so that is
That should
replenished.
make up the difference, yeah. Okay, thank you.
Commissioners, any questions? Commissioner Cooper?
Thank you, Mr. President. I actually have a comment, not a question. I want to thank you and your staff for being responsive to me and for constituents' complaints and concerns with traffic issues. You guys have installed a good number of lights in response to those municipalities' concerns, and I want to thank you for being responsive, for doing the analysis, doing the work, and making those changes in Newark, East Orange, and in South Orange. So thank you for that very much.
Thank you so much.
There's only one other thing that I'm looking for is the traffic part. Can we, you know, the traffic signage is something I have to follow up with Mr. Jackson for exactly what the request was related to the speeding and the traffic signs. I think you told me what to do, but I had to follow up with you. But I want to thank you for you and your team for being really responsive to constituents' concerns.
You're
Thank
talking
you.
Scotland Road.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Let me know what exactly.
Any other commissioners? Commissioner Luciano?
Just a comment to piggyback on my colleague. I too had to reach out to the director regarding snow on sidewalks on Park Avenue and Main Street in West Orange. It was taken care of the day of. So again, thank you, director, and your team. I think for all of us here, we could also say that, you know, I think we're the best in the business. Essex County roads, under the circumstances of the storm, were first to be cleaned and the safest to drive on.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner. So I think you guys work obviously close hand in hand with the Parks Department, and those projects are fantastic. They're top notch, so I want to commend you for that work. I know we give them a lot of credit. We're going to give you some credit too for a lot of that.
Just let Dan Salvante know.
What's it? We're going to give you can take a little bit of Dan Salvante's thunder. How's that? Is that okay? No. In seriousness, great work. I mean, it's, you know, the projects speak for themselves, and I think other counties should be envious of our engineering department. So it's a testament to you and your team.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right. That being said, go before we ask any more questions. Thank you. Have a good night, Mr. Hayes, and everyone else. Mr. Jackson?
Thank you. Next up is Department of Health and Rehabilitation, tab 9, page 119, and there's also for the Health Department with page 139.
Okay.
What time is it now? Let me find out. Mr. President, just a question for you. How do you want to handle the break? Do
So
you want some more
I was
people?
going to ask you, so we're running a little ahead of schedule. Do you want to, we have other folks I see from here. You want to move anybody up right after health and keep going one more?
Yes.
Who would you have next so we can get them all ready to go?
Yeah, we can have Hassam's got a whole bunch at the end. We could do all of Hassam's, and then we'll get them able to come.
Take a look, yeah, okay, that sounds good. We'll take a look at that. So let's go through health, and then we'll reevaluate the order that makes sense here based on the staff that's here a little early. So, good evening. Please just state your name and affiliation for the record, although we certainly know who you are.
Good evening, Mr. President. I'm Frank Delgadio, Director, Department of Health and Rehabilitation. Along with me is Maya Harlow, who's the Director of Division of Public Health, Office of Public Health Management, and also the County Health Officer.
Thank you. Please just give us an overall of the budget, and then we'll ask questions.
Sure. So we're actually going on, the end of this month will be 19 years in the new hospital facility. So we're approaching our 20th anniversary in the new building, how time flies. The hospital center is divided up into 5 different cost centers, plus one for the mental health administrator, which is not a hospital employee, but is funded through the health and rehab budget. So for the commissioners that weren't here last budget hearing, we're a 180-bed psychiatric specialty hospital treating the severely and chronically mentally ill. We service Essex County, Middlesex County, Passaic County, and we also do have some patients from other counties that we receive revenue from, 100% revenue from. We have currently 3 patients from other counties other than the ones I've mentioned. So the 5 areas of our budget consist of administration, general services, medical services, therapies, therapeutic services, and nursing. Nursing is our largest department. That's where we have our nurses, hospital attendants, nurse specialists, and that's just a brief overview.
You have a relationship with several schools of nursing. Can you just describe on a high level what schools you're working with?
Sure. You know, that's a great question because they constantly keep coming in. A lot of them sometimes are for an individual student looking to do any type of, mostly comes through our therapies department, recreation, music, therapists. We have 3 with nursing schools right now. We have Caldwell is one, Felician, Seton Hall. We're working with a agreement with Rutgers University now. We have agreements also with Montclair State, Kane, for our rehab services, and the list is growing. We're seeing a lot of, you know, requests from individuals. If they're county residents, we try to help them out. If they're an online type school,
Right.
But we go through the same process with an affiliation agreement with the online type universities.
Great. I think we just approved one. That's what prompted me to think, and I'm happy to see 2 of my alma maters are in that list, though. But that's great work because it's a teaching institution in addition to serving people. So you know, very proud of that. Mr. McInerney, why don't you take over from here, and then we'll move on to commissioners for questions.
All right, let's start with the revenues, Frank. I wanted to touch base on the hospital fee, the pilot program that is moved from 4.4 million collected last year and 8 million anticipated last year. Now it's up to 18 million. I know that this was something that started a number of years ago, but if you can just inform the commissioners how that works in that program.
Sure. Through you, Mr. President, just for clarification, this is not a revenue stream for the hospital center. It's a county revenue stream. So
It comes under your purview, doesn't it, though?
yes, but it is not revenue directed towards the hospital's
Hospital side,
budget.
correct,
It's-
yeah, okay.
It's revenue for, it's overall county revenue. So what this program, it came to fruition in 2022. So the federal government has a program in every state in the country except for one, I believe Mississippi. And what it does is it gives a fair market value for Medicaid patients. So the program is twofold. They're trying to increase Medicaid participation by hospitals and also give a fair share for the hospitals that actually see the lion's share of Medicaid patients. And in Essex County, we have quite a few, especially University Hospital and Newark Beth Israel. So what happens is these fees are charged to the hospitals, which the board approved. It's all through an accounting formula what the fee should be, and there's caps on what the fees can be charged. That money is then put back into the Medicaid program. Then what happens is the federal government disperses those fees to the hospitals based on their number of Medicaid discharges. The reason why the numbers have went up, this is the first year, the 2026 model is the first year we've put in outpatient visits by Medicaid patients. So that's why it doubled.
Well, it was 9 million, a couple of years ago, I think, and now it's up to 18 million. Yes, that doesn't come under the hospital, but if I was going to ask a question about it, you actually got involved in all that in the beginning with the accounting firm that does the cost outs, I believe, on that, or monitors the ins and flows.
Mr. President, well, the whole administration, Mr. Jackson, Phil Elijah, were heavily involved in the RFP process, selecting the accounting firm. It was a group effort. It's not just one person.
Is there's something with that where the hospitals have to, there's one hospital that wasn't paying, or what was the situation with?
That's correct. We were put on a payment plan and they're paying. We're happy to say they are paying.
All hospitals are paying according to the payment plan?
There's one right now that we're working with. We're trying to.
All right,
I'm
but
not
that's
gonna-
not
I'm not going
affecting-
to single anyone out, but we're working.
No, I'm not asking you to, but that's not going to affect that number there that you have in.
No.
in
What
the
happened was the 26 plan hasn't been approved yet, so it's causing a little bit of a backlog, not only for us, but for the hospitals. So what happens, the hospitals, when they receive this funding, that's how they pay their fees. So they take the money, they reserve out what they get, and then they pay the county, have that money in reserve to pay the county what the fees are. So if that money is not coming in now, since we haven't seen it for they work on a 6/1 fiscal year, So we haven't seen any payments in 6/1 to the county or the hospitals. We haven't invoiced yet. So that is what we're waiting for. It could come in tomorrow, it could come in next month. We're just waiting for approval from the feds for the approval of our plan.
I mean, but this has been a great boost for the county's revenue. $18 million is a considerable amount,
Can't hurt.
you know? So, on the other revenue account, can you just run through too also, like the per diem, how we figure out what we get paid by the state? And, I like to hear this too, just to refresh my memories.
Sure. So the hospital, it's based on a cost report of what the per diem rate is. So currently for 2026, our per diem rate is $1,017. So for every hospital day that a patient is in the hospital, we're charged back to the state of New Jersey. That rate, the county is responsible for 15% of that cost for Essex County residents. The out-of-counties, we receive 100% reimbursement. So we average around 91 to 92% reimbursement based on our census and the out-of-county patients that we have. So that's put in by a monthly voucher system goes in. It's loaded heavily more at the end of the year than the beginning of the year at the way the formula works. And then the rate is determined the following year based on our costs from, it's actually a 2-year lag on the cost report.
And that for this year would be under the state patient county psychiatric hospital revenue item, which is $64 million.
Yes, so through you, Mr. President, what happens is we're responsible, the county is responsible for any Essex County resident with legal residency status in Essex County that is in any other psychiatric hospital. So we try to have them all in our hospital, but we do have the most psychiatric patients in the state of New Jersey out of any county. So they're all over the state hospitals. Some are in Hudson County. So we have to pay 15% of that cost, which is a big number. However, the state has helped us in our budget year last year and this year. We're trying to get some money back for those costs because we do have the highest expense in the state also.
But our revenue, I was looking at the revenue amount. I know that's a separate appropriation, correct? What you're speaking about?
Right, that's in the budget, though. If you see in the budget, that's a cost in our budget, what that number is.
Our revenue is, according to this, our revenue was up about 7.6 million, the anticipated?
That's correct. That's from the assistance that we had in the state budget for the offset of the patients that are in other psychiatric hospitals.
Okay.
So if the per diem rate was slightly down, but overall with that funding, it really was a big assistance.
Okay.
Let me just for the record recognize Commissioner Vice President Murray Thomas has joined us.
And those are the per diem numbers that P&O Associates put together for us? Are they still doing the work on that?
Well, they help with the cost reporting. Our numbers are submitted through our census, and our business office prepares the vouchers, the cost reporting, and then what's chargeable back to the state and what's not is done by our financial consultants.
Okay. So if I could start, that was like based on the revenues, we'll look at the appropriations. If we can go to Health and Rehabilitation Hospital Center Administration, that had budgeted 17 employees. I looked at the payroll. For payroll number 2, I saw 14. Do you have vacancies in those salaries and wages?
We do have a few vacancies, but we also have some, we have 2 per diems that are working, rather seasonal employees that are working in the department.
Right.
There are a few, one of those positions we'll speak later about for public health, where we took some of the salary from that position to fund the Office of Public Health Management.
But whatever those vacancies are, you're going to fill them or attempt to fill those?
To be determined.
Okay.
One was already filled, but it wasn't in payroll 1.
Okay. And I mean, there's a 1% increase in salaries and wages. There's a small increase in the amount of temporary help. But overall, there's, on $1,000,007, there's about a $44,000 increase in that budget. Let's go on to general services. So that has basically a 3% increase in salaries and wages based on temporary help, which is new in this department. It didn't have it last year. And then there's no increase at all in other expenses here. And there's 11 positions here. I saw 9 filled. Are there
Correct.
vacancies there as well?
Yes, we have a truck driver, a patient transport driver, and a groundskeeper as our vacancy.
Okay, so there's 3 vacancies there right now, or 2?
Just 2.
3, that's what I got. On medical services, there's a 5% increase in salaries and wages and a 0% increase in other expenses. Overall, there's a 3% increase in the total budget here of $313,000. There's 55 employees listed here as budgeted. I had like 49. There are a large amount of vacancies there. I actually had 44 in medical services, and then some it was medical services education, I had 5 employees. So I really had 49 altogether.
We have, we currently have 2 psychiatrist vacancies, and one of the vacancies has been filled. We also have some that probably more than likely will not be filled, but we will attempt. Like a medical records administrator is a required position.
Right.
But with the introduction of electronic medical records, the position isn't all that necessary.
Right.
So if we could find somebody, we funded the position, we would like to fill that. But they're very difficult to find now. They're in very high demand, the ones that work in the
Have you been
acute
able to
care
fill
hospitals.
the psychiatrist positions? Has that been a problem, or?
It was last year, but we have candidates. We do have some candidates we're working on some offers with now.
All right. Let's move on to nursing. This is obviously the largest one. And we spoke about this earlier a little bit. There's 274 positions that are budgeted for in 2026 for $18 million, which includes overtime and some merit pay increases. In that department, I had about 230, I had a large amount of vacancies there, about 44. Does that make sense?
So many of the positions are the per diem spots.
Right.
So you have, the budget shows that the per diem, the pool nurse for the hospital nurses, we have 21 in the budget, only 7 were filled with 11 vacancies. And then per diem hospital attendants, which have been difficult to find, we have 13 vacancies. So that makes up 24 right there. The hospital attendant, we're showing 10 vacancies. So that's where the majority of the vacancies are.
So that's like 34 there, right?
Yeah, we've have found a director of nursing candidate that we're working to onboard. We've completed our interviews for the clinical nurse specialist that's showing a vacancy, where we have a candidate, in-house candidate we would like to move. So we are going to fill, we have all plans to fill those vacancies.
You know, historically, nursing, we used to transfer a lot of money out of nursing. It used to be like a fail-safe. That's not the case anymore here.
Well, from a full-time standpoint, we have 61 RNs, graduate nurses budgeted. We have 60 of those positions filled.
That's great.
So,
yeah.
which is a very difficult position to fill. Our prior director of nursing was, I think she could open up a consultancy firm on how to do healthcare recruiting, because she was fabulous at just bringing in people. She was a adjunct professor, so she had all the connections and did a great job of onboarding some really good qualified nurses.
That's good, that's good. Okay, and then on to the hospital center facility maintenance. There's no increases there. We'll move on to therapies. I didn't have the payroll on this, to be honest with you, but there's a 12% increase in base salaries. Maybe you could just give us a little explanation of why that's as large as it is.
So the majority of the therapies employees are in the AFSCME collective bargaining agreement. And AFSCME, the way they work on their merits, they can get up to a 5% increase. So the departments that are, there's social work, and which is under medical services, and the rec therapists, music therapists are all under AFSCME, and their merit increases are significantly higher than the remainder of the other unions.
Okay, so that's causing
Yes.
the need for an increase there. There's no increase there in other expenses. And I did not have, I don't know how many of those positions are filled in therapy, so I didn't
We
see
have,
that.
currently have 2 vacancies.
2? Okay. And we know what the maintenance of patient is, as you discussed previously, and in terms of that, maintenance of patients in state institutions. That pretty much stays the same. It doesn't look like that increased much over the last year, a few $100,000.
Yeah, it remains pretty steady. You know, we're doing some work through county counsel's office to try to see if we could control those numbers a bit. Doing some more background investigations to determine the residency of the patients in the state hospitals.
Right.
So we're doing a little more work on that.
And the last one here, well, not the last one, but the one in mental health, the last one in mental health is the other institution expenses. What is that? I don't recall that. It's down from 1,200,000 down to 700,000.
Other institute, what page is that on?
That's page 135, mental health, other institutions. $135.
Of course, my book isn't numbered.
Yeah, but Mr. Mohammed knows the answer.
Please, Mr. Mohammed.
Hussam Mohammed, Director of Finance. This is for Essex County patients who are admitted in different hospitals, especially the Hudson County and Bergen County, and budgeted was $700,000. And last year we had so many outstanding bills, so we had to transfer funds to cover all these outstanding bills. But the budget amount for 26 stayed at 700.
So if you were to look at last year and just what was incurred in last year, because you say you were kind of catching up on bills, it would be equivalent to what you're budgeting for in 2026?
No, actually, last year was exceptional. We actually had more bill than usual,
Right.
and that's why we transfer funds to cover that.
Right.
And we dispersed around $1.2 million. But for 2026, we just did the same budgeted as 2025, $700,000.
Okay, and that'll be adequate to cover that, you're saying?
We believe so. We're not sure yet. We're as of right now, we're up to date on all the outstanding bills. There is no any outstanding bills right now.
Okay. And there's after that, there's the Office of the Director. I don't have any questions on that. That's actually a reduction from the previous year in the entire budget. What is that? What's going on there?
Well, through you, Mr. President, so the mental health administrator, for the first time, we received grant funding. It was previously, there was partial grant funding for the position.
Oh, that's
And last year and this year, we received some partial grant funding for that.
So that's now setting up the public health management, which we never had before. I always used to wonder what Dr. Festo was doing at budget hearings, because he never had a budget. This is the first year public health is getting its own budget in the history of the budget of the county. So
Right,
it's a
so-
good move, it really is.
So with that too is that our community health services, where we have about 54 employees, is 100% grant funded. That's why we don't present the budget for that division.
Right.
The thing about public health management, we were fortunate enough to receive lots of grants. COVID spurred all kinds of grants that came into the county. Some of those are expiring, so we felt we don't want to lose the momentum. And we're asking for the first time to have an actual operating budget for Office of Public Health
I think
Management.
it's long overdue. Yeah, it's even good to see, even if it does kind of wash out with the grants, it's good to see the cost there. I don't have any other questions. Thank you. Thank you very much, Frank.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Very thorough review. Commissioners, any questions? Commissioner Mary Thomas.
Thank you. I definitely want to echo Mr. McInerney's affirmation of how important it is that we have our own budget for public health. And so kudos to you and the entire team for all the work that you and everyone across the department does. It's an inquiry around the nursing vacancy and any synergies that exist between filling those vacancies and Essex County College. We have a really strong nursing program there. Is that a partnership that typically exists or currently exists? And if so, what does that look like as far as creating a pipeline between our students and our personnel needs?
So through you, Mr. President, that's a great question, because we did start an affiliation with Essex County College, but they stopped sending us students. The affiliation agreement was to renew, and we couldn't get in touch with anyone to renew that. And so unfortunately, we did have 2 students on that we onboarded until they got their degrees, and they have since moved on. Recently, though. Recently. So we will follow up again to try to get, because it is they have a very good nursing program there, and it is a good pipeline for us.
Absolutely. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Commissioner Cooper?
Thank you. Quick question to make sure I understand. We're going to front load the money, Mr. McInerney, for the public health part, and then when the grants come in, it'll wash out? Because we have to wait
unless
for
they
the
come in
funding to come in?
simultaneously. I don't know what the timing of that is, but as long as they're in before the end of the year, once they're approved, they're part of the budget.
All right, then it balances out. Mr. Del Guardio, I have a question for you. You guys do incredible work in your department. I know last year you helped me with some issues that I was having with my family from the mental health perspective. I was curious, after working with you, how do people find out about your programs? Because you guys have some great programs there, and when you go through a situation like I've went through, I struggled to find resources, without reaching out to you.
Well, through you, Mr. President, unfortunately, we don't do mental health screening. So the services are inpatient only, and the way the state of New Jersey works is that there are screening centers that are licensed by the state that receive funding to do mental health screening. So of the hospitals in Essex County, you have Carewell, which is East Orange, Newark Beth, Claramas, Mountainside, and University. So what they do is, if a patient comes into the emergency room, if they're picked up by the police or a family brings them there, they're screened, and then they're brought before a judge if they feel they need to be committed or need further mental health treatment. So within 2 or 3 days, they're brought before a judge, and if they're committed, they're then referred to our hospital for ongoing treatment. So what happens is, every day we see a referral list coming from, and out of counties too, we see the referrals coming through. And then our admissions team meets and they go through every referral to us. Some are not appropriate for our hospital, others, and that's where our patient base comes from. So we don't allow anyone to walk through the front door. The state doesn't permit it. We wouldn't be reimbursed for anybody who came through, and we'd have to turn them away. It happens every now and then, but we would send them to these short-term screening facilities. So they're only reimbursed for 30 days in those short-term. So they have to do a good job to get the patient placed once they're committed. And then they can also come voluntarily. If they're not committable and the patient says, hey, I need further treatment, they then can come sign voluntary paperwork and come to us that way too.
So I want to make sure, can you repeat those referral points? I know you said Carewell Hospital. Where else?
Carewell, Newark Beth, Mountainside, Claramas, and University.
Thank you.
Commissioners, any other questions? Seeing none, excellent job. I know you guys come often and you do excellent work, and arguably one of the toughest businesses around. So we commend you very much for the excellent work that you do and the services that you provide. And before you go, you're in the process of accreditation. Can you just give us an update on the...
Yes, so first of all, thank you so much, Ernest, for supporting the public health initiative. Just want to say thank you so much. Wanted to say when we first started here, we were a very small solid waste enforcement agency. We have now become the county environmental health agency as a contract worker for NJDEP.
Your computer has been locked up.
Excuse me, one second, hold on. Sorry, I can't shut this off.
Apparently Frank's getting hacked right now.
Sticky with it.
We have also,
Carl, are you on this?
I had to shut down.
we have
It's a
also.
scam, that's what it is.
It's a scam. All right, hold on.
We have also become the leading public health emergency response entity. We have become the co-chair for the UASI region, which is 7 counties that were identified as high-risk areas, so we serve on that. Last week, Robert Jackson, thank you so much for participating. We had our final FAB accreditation, which is the Public Health Accreditation Board, and what that says is Essex County will be delivering world-class services. We will be a nationally accredited health department. We will be one of the first in the northern area, which kind of looks like we do. Other than that, we'll be the 3rd county in the state to be accredited. So we're looking forward to that. On top of it, we have become the first countywide in the state of New Jersey academic health department, which means we're a teaching health department for the next generation of workforce in public health. We also just our 2nd mobile unit, thanks to our commissioners, became a full-fledged medical facility. We just went through state licensing yesterday. We just got approval yesterday for that as well.
Excellent.
We'll be able to provide full pediatric physicals for children who are uninsured. We also are the only mobile vaccine for children program in the state, which means we give vaccines for children who don't have insurance. We're able to actually go to where they are. We function 3 times a month at our community centers in Essex County. The staff that does this is the ones that you guys are supporting. They're an incredible group of people. They're the ones that took that small fledgling department of a few people to what it is now, and it is recognized fully by the state, if not nationally. So I just want to say thank you so much for your support and every time that I come up here, and thank you so much to our administration as well. Thank you.
Thank you. We're glad it's not all about numbers today for sure, so we thank you for sharing those very important updates. I know we all kind of keep track of it, right, because especially since the pandemic, we've been much more in tune with public health than what Essex County has to provide, and certainly we have been a leader, thanks in great part to folks like yourself and the people you work with, so thank you very much. All right, let's move on. Thank you. You're off the hook. Mr. Jackson?
Yeah.
We're moving right along. We're a little early, so who can we bring up next?
Director Ramos, Department of Citizen Services.
Excellent.
That would be tab 8, page 104.
Okay, 8104. Good evening, directors. Good to see you. When you settle down, please just introduce yourself for the record and your affiliation, and just give us an overall of your very, very large responsibilities here with all these different departments.
All right, good evening, Commissioner President, members of the board. My name is Anibal Ramos Jr., and I have the honor of serving as the Director of the Department of Citizen Services. Our department is made up of 6 different divisions. For the purposes of today's conversation, we will be discussing the county-funded portion of our department, which includes the Division of Family Assistance and Benefits, our Juvenile Detention Center. We have a few smaller functions that are connected to our department. The Office of Consumer Services, which primarily includes the weights and measures responsibility the county has, indigent burials, which again falls within our department. We have a required county-funded match for our mostly grant-funded Division of Senior Services. And then we also have the Office of the Director, which is a small office that reports to me, which supports the 6 different divisions that make up our department. So at this time, I'll open it up for any questions, and as we go through the conversation regarding the various divisions, I can provide some highlights from 2025 if you all want us to.
Sounds good. Thank you. Mr. McInerney, why don't we begin?
Okay, so I'm going to start with the more simpler ones. When I get to the payroll enable, there's so many subdivisions that run
Yes.
through the payroll system, and it's.
Just bear with me as you go through them, because I
Yeah,
have
well,
sheets
I'm not
for each
gonna-
one, so.
Listen, I'm not going to go there, because a lot of that is reimbursable. I'm going to look at the departments that, I have my arms around here and be able
Okay.
to make sense of. That, it's just very difficult to include all of those different departments into
Yes.
one schedule. So let's look at Office of Director. There's no change in other expenses. There is, a decrease here of positions, and obviously a decrease of salaries and wages. We went from 10 positions last year to 8 positions this year. Do you want to talk about what was
Yeah.
eliminated or
And again, the
moved?
Office of the Director includes obviously myself, a person who's identified as a supervisor, information technology, is actually our newly appointed Deputy Department Director, who's on vacation and is not here. My CFO, who works on a part-time basis, is not here because he has the flu. And some of these folks, for the most part, are offset by grants because they do spend a lot of time supporting a number of divisions within the department, like the Division of Training and Employment, Division of Housing and Community Development. So we're able to track the amount of time that personnel that's assigned to the Office of the Director, the amount of time that they spend with these different divisions, and instead of charging the county 100% of their actual salary and wages, we're able to offset a big portion of that to the grants.
There's a little decrease, there's a decrease in the grant funding from 2025 to 2026 in this department, from 123,000 to 19. Is that just timing, that the grant didn't come in yet or didn't get approved?
Yeah, I would have to double check that because some of the personnel, like Al Fusco, for example,
Yeah.
he spends a lot of time over at the Division of Training and Employment. So most of his salary actually should be offset because it should be covered by that particular division. So I'm not sure why this discrepancy is here. Same thing with Ms. Vallejo. She spends most of her time supporting our Division of Family Assistance and Benefits, and actually our Deputy Department Director right now spends a lot of his time supporting that division as well. So we're able to charge back some of these higher salary positions to the grants or partially grant-funded divisions. But I'll come back to you all with a revised projection as far as how much we can offset to grants. The DFAB chargeback, that is partially grant-funded.
Yeah.
I just want to note that. But as far as the positions that are charged back 100% to the grants, I think the 19,000 is a low projection. So I'm not sure how that number got in there. I'll double-check with Carlos and definitely get back to the BA so that he can share that information with you.
But you did drop 2 positions, or did you move those elsewhere?
Yeah, one of the position, coordinator of maintenance services, is Reggie George, who manages the physical plant over at 321 University Avenue.
Right.
So he's now budgeted through DFAP because
Okay.
he's no longer out of the Office of the Director. And I believe the person who was charged as a community service aide was on another civil service list and ended up transferring out to one of our divisions because they were able to test into another position. And we didn't feel we had to backfill. And I believe 2 of the individuals that are charged to the Office of the Director don't necessarily work in our complex, but work with us. That's the Mr. Bledsoe, who works
Right.
out of the county administrator's office, and the Deputy Chief of Staff, Mr. Payne, as well.
And part of that gets charged out of yours, you're saying?
It's all on the county budget.
Right,
so.
right, correct. So, okay, on consumer and constituents services, there's actually, there's really grants here that are different and that charge to, I'm not sure what this was, the W&M Trust Fund. That was there last year too, but I'm.
Yeah, that's a part of the revenue that we're able to generate through weights and measures. We use part of that
Okay.
trust fund to offset the cost of salary and wages. I just want to state for the record, and I'm always very upfront and honest, that 2025 was not a good year for us as far as revenue collection for weights and measures compared to other years. Our superintendent, been with the county 25-plus years, Mr. Turco, retired, so it took us a period of time in order to get one of our team members to get credentialed to become the superintendent. I also made the decision to bring back our superintendent on a part-time basis at the end of last year to assist the relatively young team that's in that office. Revenue collection is not our goal, right? Like, we're there to serve residents. We're not trying to penalize businesses. And I believe that the number of inspections last year was a decrease over previous years, but it wasn't a significant decrease. So that hopefully tells us that the businesses are doing a better job of providing goods and services that they're supposed to provide, as opposed to having violations that have been identified. But losing Mr. Turco definitely impacted our operation, but I think we're in a point now where we have the team there trained and certified, and we have access to Lewis a few hours a month.
And then there was a grant you received this year as well that wasn't there last year. That was something new?
Yeah, the director there, what happens is the Division of Community Action, we have a required match for that division, so what we do is we budget the division director there, who happens to be Terrence McCoy, and his entire salary should be offset by grants, because right now he's covering not only the Division of Community Action, but he's assisting us with senior services. So that projection as far as charge to grant will go up because of that recent appointment.
Okay. We look at family assistance and benefits, and I got to be honest, this is quite a big budget here. Really the bulk of your operation. There's, typically we usually see a lot of vacancies here. I didn't get the opportunity to add up the 800 and some odd positions here that are budgeted, but it's only showing that 835 positions are recommended and adopted position 833. What are you, I mean, typically you have a lot of vacancies here?
Yeah. I mean, currently we have 82 vacancies based on the latest position control report. Thanks to the support of the administration, we're constantly hiring, right? And over the last few years, we've had some issues because civil service has not consistently called examinations for, let's say, the family service worker title, which is the title that we utilize to provide a lot of the income eligibility and benefits eligibility. We've worked with the state. They've asked us to consider using some other titles like a family service trainee, client services rep. So, we're always looking to hire. It's an organization that, unfortunately, with 830 employees, you're always going to have a certain number of vacancies. We get retirements on a regular basis. But I have to report to the board that all our indicators on the DFAP side are very strong right now. Our timeliness as of the first week in February is the best that it's been since pre-COVID numbers. We're over 90 percentile as far as SNAP timeliness. Our Medicaid and ABD numbers are amongst the strongest in the state, and Medicaid was always an area where we struggled with backlog because we have so many individuals in this county that receive health insurance through Medicaid. And currently, like I said before, the state recognizes Essex County as one of the stronger counties when it comes to processing Medicaid applications timely. And ABD has always been one of our best areas. And the long lines leading up to our county welfare office hopefully are a thing of the past. We have kiosks that are now set up at our waiting areas at both 50 South Clinton Street and University Avenue, and we're able to get residents in and out more expeditiously. It's not perfect, right? We still deal with complaints, and I appreciate when I get calls, emails from the commissioners, and we try to do our best to get back to residents as soon as possible.
One of the items in this budget is salary savings of nearly $2 million. Typically what I'm finding out from some of the larger departments is that there's a tendency for employees to not come to work at times where we're not talking about vacation requests, or we're not talking about sick leave requests. We're talking about, I just don't show up. And so I don't know how endemic it is throughout the county, but I know in the larger departments, I've seen similar numbers, very large numbers that are a result of this, I don't know if you want to call it an attitude or practice. Are you experiencing that as well in your department?
Through you, Mr. President, I mean, the issue of salary savings, is, especially in a division as large as DFAP, and a lot of it is attributed to vacancies that we carry throughout the year.
Right.
But you bring up a very important point, is that we do have staff members that sometimes run out of accrued time, and because they no longer have time on the books, they're dockings, right? They're docked essentially for pay. So part of that overall salary savings number is generated because of these dockings. And with an organization with over 760 employees that are on the active payroll, you will generate salary savings because of individuals who've maxed out on their accrued time and still call out or are not in an approved leave of absence, unfortunately.
So, I mean, when you look overall on the salaries and wages for family assistance and benefits, there's $64,639,000 that's budgeted for the 2026 year, which is I can't read that number, $2.8 million more than the prior year. And that takes into consideration the salary savings and the charge-offs that you discussed. I think a lot of that, too, has to do with, I think, well, last year there were contract reserves that you had to budget for. Those are now all in the salaries and wages. But that's a pretty significant increase, about a 5% increase. Overall, maybe it's not so significant based on the number, but typically, even given the salary savings that's budgeted for, you typically don't spend all of your salaries and wages. That gets to the point of the reimbursement number, and all of that. Maybe you could explain that a little bit too. We just had health and rehab in here that gave us some ideas, that gave the commissioner some idea how that works. But you get reimbursed for a large part of this budget. So if you're spending more, the theory is that you are being reimbursed more. Is that a fair thing to say?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes. I mean, we do get an average level reimbursement between 55 and 60%. Some program areas, the reimbursement level is higher, like child support reimbursement rate is higher than your traditional welfare programs. There will be a shift at the end of this year because of some of the changes that are happening at the federal level. The SNAP program, which is a federal entitlement program, the admin, for the most part, a large percentage of it has been covered by the federal government. And starting the last quarter of this year, that part of those costs are going to be shifted back to the states. And in many instances, some of that could be shifted to the local areas, meaning the counties. So that's something that we anticipate could be a challenge for us, along with the issues of work requirements now being mandatory for SNAP recipients. And then for those individuals that are receiving Medicaid, they typically have to recertify once a year. It's a very cumbersome process. I've been through it personally with my father. A lot of us here have been through it with our loved ones. That certification process starting next year is going to be required twice a year. So that's going to be a big change for us as well.
It's going to be a big challenge for your staff.
Yes, and we have a meeting with our state folks on Friday. We've been planning this process out, but just to go back to your original point, about 55 to 58% of the DFAP budget is reimbursable.
Okay. This has to be, your welfare budget has to be approved by the state, correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes.
Yeah, okay, so has that been done yet? Have you received the state approval?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes.
Senior services, there's really very little change from the prior year, very small amounts.
Let me just catch up.
And then I'm skipping right over to youth services. And this too is an area where I hear, that issue about non-paid leave is also an issue. I looked at some of the salaries in this department, and they do start off low, but they do, as you stay, some of those salaries do increase. So where are you now with regard to having enough juvenile officers to take care of the population that now exists? And if you might, what is that population?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm pleased to have our, I don't want to call him newly minted because he's been on board with us for a while, Director Todd Barcliff here, representing the Juvenile Detention Center. And I just want to state from my perspective, and I want to thank the administration, because I feel that we have probably the largest complement of juvenile detention officers that we've seen in a long time. We've done everything from organized job fairs at 50 South Clinton Street to reach out to corrections whenever they have candidates in the academy that may not have made it over to the adult side. So we've taken on a whole bunch of strategies in order to enable us to recruit more juvenile detention officers. And it's a pretty difficult job to recruit for, because in law enforcement now people have a lot of different options, from local police departments to sheriffs to corrections, which tend to be a little more attractive options as opposed to being a juvenile officer. But thanks to the support of the administration, we've been more successful than we've been in the past. And I'll ask Todd to answer any specific questions on the facility, and I'll pitch in if anything.
Well, if you could just give us a rundown. I mean, that's important, because that's been the biggest problem at the juvenile detention center is not only hiring, but training and keeping juvenile officers on the payroll. So if you want to just expand on that, feel free to do so.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. Currently, we have...
Just identify yourself.
Good evening, Todd Barcliff, Director, Essex County Juvenile Detention Center. Mr. Chair, currently we have 122 uniformed staff members that are working at the detention center. We have 10 current vacancies. We are actively recruiting and hiring. Unfortunately, there are a lot of opportunities right now, so we actually have officers who will be recruited by local law enforcement agencies. So the local law enforcement agencies offer higher pay and sometimes better benefits. So the younger officers tend to leave after a short period of time, but we are replacing them on a regular basis.
Mr. Barclay, I'm just going to ask you to bring the microphone a little bit closer, just so that when they do the transcribing, they don't get upset at us for not having the microphone closer.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
So as of today, our facility count is 95. We have residents from Cumberland, Essex, Hudson, Mercer, Passaic, Union, and the U.S. Marshal Service.
I think, too, that the state, we had this discussion with the county executive, myself and the president last year. There was discussions about the recognition of the state that really Essex County's detention center is becoming more of a state detention center, in the sense that everybody from the state seems to be, winds up in our facility. And so I think they acknowledged that this year, because we saw a large revenue item from the state with regard to our detention center. It's a $20 million anticipation, which obviously wasn't there last year. So I imagine that took a lot of effort and nudging to get the state and then over a period of time, because this was discussed last year, I'm sure it's been discussed even before that, to get the state to recognize that, Essex County carries the weight of a lot of the counties in the state of New Jersey. And so it was nice to see that item in revenues this year. You said you had 121 officers. There's 132 budgeted. So if you only have 11 vacancies, that's probably one of the best records that I've seen in a while. And it's also, are all of them trained? Do they all have training, or are they?
So all of our officers, when they're actually hired, they receive 40 hours of in-service training, and they have to attend the police academy within 1 year of the date of hire. So in addition to that training, there's quarterly in-service that's mandated by the state.
Right. So, I mean, they basically get on-the-job training because they're working well, and then over a period of a year, they have to go to the academy. And
correct. So they come on, attend the in-service, and within a year's time, they're required to attend the academy at the state.
And then once they get the academy, what's problematic is they have a tendency of moving on to some other job.
They do have the option to transfer to other detention centers.
Yeah, okay. I don't have any other questions on the youth services, and I really don't have any other questions on anything else. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for Director Ramos?
Through you, Mr.
Commissioner Vice
President.
President.
Thank you, and thank you both for your insight and for your work. Director Ramos, you've been particularly helpful for me in the past, since certainly this entire term, when families and constituents have needs, and you always make yourself and your team available. So I'm super helpful, and you and I are always in conversation and seeing how we can be supportive of the work at the Youth Services Department. So just grateful for both of you and your work. Just want to get a better sense of the vacancies and what the gaps are in the areas of support. I'll start with DFAB, Director Ramos. I know you said there are 83 vacancies, or more or less. I'm wondering if you could provide, or if there's a rough breakdown of which departments, or rather which areas within the department have those vacancies, so we can see where the staffing gaps are.
Through you, Mr. President, I certainly can. The larger titles where we have vacancies are clericals. We've been fortunate over the last 12 months to have promoted a number of our clerical staff who have tested into higher positions. We get a lot of referrals for clerical staff, but we also have individuals that, like I mentioned, may test into another position, individuals who, unfortunately, it's the last thing we want to do in the agency, could get terminated because of performance or resign. The family service worker title is the title that's most common as far as doing income eligibility and casework, but it's a title that's civil service, right? So unless the state calls for a test on a regular basis, we don't have access to a list to hire from. We do, on occasion, hire provisionals. They called for an exam in the example of the family service worker title about 7 or 8 months ago, but they haven't scheduled the test. So what that does for me and our team, it handcuffs us because we can't bring in provisionals, because technically only those individuals who register for the exam would be eligible for that title once the list comes out. We do have the option of hiring family service worker trainees, which is something that the administration has given us permission to do, and the state has encouraged it as an interim step. A trainee essentially is someone who has the qualifications to be a family service worker. There would be some kind of in-house assessment to ensure that they have the qualifications, college degree, et cetera. And they would go through like a 12-month working test period. So every month that trainee receives an evaluation. They're essentially provisional for a 12-month period prior to being eligible to become permanent. So we're trying to recruit a group of trainees right now that we can put into a class so that we can deploy them to the various offices. So we're utilizing every tool at our disposal to hire. We have been very aggressive about putting staff in areas where we need more staff to serve clients, and that sometimes creates a little bit of friction. But as you can see, based on our performance indicators, that strategy is working. We've reduced complaints from clients. We've increased timeliness on the SNAP side significantly. We've reduced our backlog on the Medicaid ABD side significantly, even with the vacancies that we're carrying.
Yeah, that actually, through you, Mr. President, gets at my last question. That's what I was so really impressed by. So even with the vacancies, even with some of the systemic gaps, the things that you're kind of navigating as far as the state conditions in the civil service, yet there's this improvement in the processing, there's this decreasing in the backlog. I'm wondering if you could speak to what are some of the strategies you guys have employed to have those improved performance indicators, and what can the county, what can we do to continue to support the conditions that allows those numbers to improve? Because when those numbers improve, that means our residents are happier, healthier, and provided for. And so how can we support those conditions?
I mean, we definitely have benefited from investing in technology. We use internal client information system called WeCare. That's one of the items that's in the budget this year. And what WeCare really does, it creates kind of a ticketing system where I can go in and track where a particular case is, right? And who's touched that case, and how long it takes a worker to review that particular case and take action on it. And the client themselves are able to actually enter comments into WeCare. So I think WeCare has been very, very helpful. It's an internal system. It's not a state mandated system. We still got to navigate those. Included in this year's budget as well is an initial investment in computers. We did something as simple in one of our offices as having staff have access to dual monitors, because that's one of the things that we heard back from them, that could empower and assist them in better navigating cases. So the new apps office, which is the front end that processes new applications, most of that team has access to dual monitors. So one of the items in this year's budget includes a reasonably, it's a decent investment in new technology. We haven't had new computers in probably 10 years, so something that we're looking to do over a 3-year period. So definitely including technology, better training our staff, and deploying workers in areas where we need them, and having metrics when we do overtime. Like now when we do overtime, let's say on a Saturday, we're able to tell how many cases a worker processes within the first hour. And if you have poor performance on that Saturday when we do overtime, we're able to remove you off the rotation for future overtime, because we have to do overtime because of the union contract based on seniorities, right? So if people apply for OT, we have to rank that list based on seniority. We queue people up for that particular Saturday, let's say, for example, and then we're able to tell what worker X did during their first hour, second hour, and then we're, in cases where we don't get the performance that we need, we're able to remove them off the list for future OT. So those are the things that I think have really helped us.
That's helpful, thank you. One last question, thank you, Director Ramos. For the Director of Youth Services, if we have time, but I know there's space for other questions, so.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
I just wanted to, first of all, thank you for your report. Thank you both for your report. You talked about the low number of vacancies, but still, when folks go through the police academy, there's the opportunity to go elsewhere. And then in general, of course, it's kind of a competitive pool because there's a lot of options for law enforcement. I was wondering if you could give us a general sense of the retention numbers for officers, the correctional officers in the juvenile detention center, which tend to be the largest share of personnel there. What's the average number of years or tenure of an average worker?
Well, first of all, I'd like to start off by saying it's important that we recognize the juvenile detention officers that work in the detention center, they're not sworn law enforcement. They do attend the police academy, but it's for juvenile detention officers. So they are basically civilians who are trained. They do not have police powers the same as correction officers. So what we're finding here, I don't have the exact figures. I would have to go back and actually get, what I will tell you, the older officers who have been there for 10 plus years, those are the officers who have the seniority. The newer officers who have come on within the last 4 to 5 years, Those appear to be the officers that are exploring new opportunities to work in other departments when the opportunity presents itself.
Got it, thank you. And yeah, those general trends are fine. So you could follow up with the numbers, but just getting that sense is helpful. I know you and your team have been working exceptionally hard to make sure that things are working well there, amid all the difficulties and just the challenges of staffing in general. So yeah, that's helpful to hear. Thank you.
One of the things that help with our staffing, the chief of staff allowed the director of corrections. We use the recruitment team for the Essex County Department of Corrections to process our hires. So what we're bringing in now is a larger number of recruits. So in the past, the detention center would see 3 to 4 officers come in at a time during the process. But now, on average, when we bring in a group, we're bringing a group of 10. So we are seeing, and that's how we were able to catch up on the number.
Thank you.
Good. Commissioners, any other questions? Commissioner Cooper?
Thank you, Mr. President. Director Ramos, I want to commend you and your entire staff and the administration for all the work that you guys are doing, especially around Code Blue. I want to really shout out Mr. Terrence, who has been available in the wee hours of the night when people have called because we have homeless folks that are outside and going through their challenges. You guys have been tremendous, and I appreciate you and the county executive, Mr. Jackson, for you guys for opening up those additional beds that was needed to get people off the street during the frigid temperatures. So I really want to thank you. And thank you for always being responsive to constituents' issues around their benefits and the timing. I know that you guys are doing a better job because we are not getting pictures anymore of the long lines, if you recall those. I would be calling Mr. Jackson and texting him as people were calling us. So that right there is a testament that I know that there's big improvements in your department. I want to ask, how do people apply for some of the vacancies that you have? Are they posted on the county's website, like under HR? How do they apply?
Well, I mean, as Director Ramos earlier said, we're kind of constrained now because of the list,
right?
The whole list issue. But as we, a family trainer, what's that?
The trainee one is what I'm thinking about.
Family service worker trainee.
Yeah, but they could go online and say that's the position that they want to, and that information will be given to the department. But again, we're somewhat hamstrung by the fact that this list is out there and we can't do with so much as a result.
Yeah, if I can add through your chair, and occasionally if I get people send me a resume, I'll forward it over to the administrator. Mostly like clerical openings, we definitely always look for candidates. We have a population that's very diverse, and we need bilingual clerical. And when I say bilingual, I don't necessarily mean just Spanish speaking. French Creole is a big part of our caseload as well. So when we get individuals that can communicate with our Haitian clients, it's a plus. So, if you all know of individuals, please forward the resumes over to the BA and the Chief of Staff.
Another question. The We Care program, I know that your staff will call clients on the outside. Does it also track, do they have to input in that system as well when they make the physical phone calls to clients?
So what we've done, like if you walk into 320, 321, or 50 South, that we have these big monitors set up. So it'll say, let's say if I check in, my name now pops up, and we're able to tell how long that individual has been sitting in that waiting area. And that was something that was not very popular when we did it, because now we could tell, like, this person been here for 2-3 hours, and it holds people accountable, right? Like you have a resident who came in, they should not be sitting in that waiting room for more than 10 minutes if they're there to drop off documents. So now we have a documents window in our customer service center. So those are just things that we're working on. We're not where we want to be yet, I'll be honest. Like there's things that we can improve on, and we know it, but I think holding ourselves and our team a little more accountable when it comes to providing a more timely service is important, because people label county welfare agencies around the country as places you don't want to go there, right? Because you could sit there for hours for a simple transaction, and I think we've thanks to our team at DFAB, we're changing that.
You've certainly made some great changes. Two more questions. For the youth detention side, is there a current advertisement right now for youth detention officers?
Yes.
All right, it's still active? Someone
Yes, it is
literally just asked me how to become an officer, and so I'm happy that you was here today to provide that information. Is that also posted on the county's website?
It is, along with the email address to submit applications.
All right. And then I recall last year sometime that there were some capital improvements that were needed at the youth house. Did we make all those? We budgeted and clarified all those things? All right, perfect, thank you.
All right, Commissioners, we're good? Thank you both for coming today. We appreciate the very good work that you do. I know the folks that the constituents I've referred to have always been handled in an excellent manner. So we very much appreciate it. I'm sure everyone has had similar experiences. Mr. Jackson, it's now a little past 6. Can we take our break now and then we'll come back at 6:30? Sure. We'll tighten that break a little bit so that we can get back on 6:30. We are ahead of schedule, but we want to go back to 6:30 our time. So we'll come back, we'll adjourn to 6:30. And we're coming back from adjournment. I'm just going to ask the deputy clerk to call the roll.
Commissioner Cooper? Here. Commissioner Gill? Absent. Commissioner Luciano?
Here.
Commissioner Mercado? Absent. Commissioner Richardson?
Here.
Commissioner Siebold? Absent. Commissioner Sermons? Here. Commissioner Vice President Murray Thomas? Absent. Commissioner President Palmaris?
Here. Thank you. Mr. Jackson, what do we have next?
Department of Corrections, that would be tab 6, starting page 62.
Thank you. Director, welcome, and please introduce yourself for the record and the team that you have assembled here today.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ron Charles, Director of Corrections. With me tonight, I have to my right Captain Orlando Camacho, who is the commander of the OMB division within the department. Seated behind me is the Police Academy Director, Guy Cirillo. Next to him is the Deputy Director, Regina Marrow. Next to her is Deputy Director Robert Cicero. And Dr. Roxanne Vega has the flu, so she probably will not be joining us tonight.
That's good.
Yes.
No offense,
Yes.
but no one else here needs the flu.
We all feel the same. We all feel the same.
Let me recognize Vice President Murray Thomas has joined us. Please, Director, why don't you just give us an overview of your budget, and then we'll proceed with Mr. McInerney. We'll ask some questions, and then followed by commissioners.
Sure. Mr. President, if I may, I'd just like to highlight some of the department accomplishments that we achieved in 2025, because I think we need to put that on the record as it has been an amazing 2025. In 2025, the department earned national reaccreditation through the American Correctional Association. We scored a perfect score in all mandatory standards with a 99.68 score overall. Only 13% of the jails in the United States have this accreditation out of 3,100 jails in the United States. Additionally, we earned national reaccreditation on the National Commission on Correctional Health. And that is for our medical services. Only 10% of the jails nationwide achieve this distinction. We maintained a national CARF accreditation for mental health services. We achieved a 100% score on the New Jersey Department of Corrections annual inspection. This is the first time we achieved that in over 6 years. We established a mental health step-down unit. This is the only one kind of it in the state of New Jersey in any county jail. And I'll speak to that a little later on exactly what that is. We created a mental health, drug, and alcohol diversion program in partnership with the courts, the prosecutor's office, the public defenders, and the Silver Lake Hospital, right there in Newark. We expanded the inmate programming to include culinary arts, OSHA certification, and CDL licensing. And on the fiscal side, the department generated $85 million in revenue. So you see, it's been a stellar year that we were most proud of. Our goal 3.5 years ago was to create a center of excellence, and with the help of the men and women of the department and the executive team behind me, we have reached that goal, and we're well on our way becoming the national gold standard in corrections. Looking forward ahead to 2026, the budget before you helps us maintain our focused core mission of maintaining a safe and secure facility, delivering high level of programming for incarcerated persons, and providing high-quality services to the citizens of Essex County in a cost-effective manner. With the continued support of the county executive, the chief of staff, and this board, we will continue to deliver excellence in corrections. My team is here tonight and prepared to answer any questions the board may have.
Thank you, Director, and congratulations on the accolades, national certification, and all of those that you referenced moments ago. Mr. McInerney.
I just want to go to the revenue items that you were talking before. I was trying to figure out, going through the anticipated local revenues, trying to pick out those that pertain to your department. I didn't come up with 85, but I'm sure I'm missing something. Can you break that down to $85 million you just referenced?
Mr. McInerney, through you, Mr. President, do you want what we're projecting for 2026 or what we?
Yeah, whatever comes to that $85 million. So I know the federal inmate program, and we've got the state inmates, Union County Corrections, but I didn't come up with that. I just want you to break it down so I understand that. with that.
So I'm going to talk first about the 2025 revenue, how we got that 85. What's in the budget right now for 2026 is 82.5 million. So in 2025, the revenue, our projected number was 80,800,000. We collected 86,289,000. How we got there was we collected 29,300,000 for the U.S. Marshal Service. The Union County contract was $14.4 million. The state prisoner reimbursement was $2.6 million. The state aid, the substance abuse, that was a grant, was $23 million. That's included in that number. The state parole violators program, we brought in $16.4 million, and the miscellaneous and co-pays equaled about another $500,000 all total. So that's how we got to the 86.
Take me through that again. 29.8.
29.3.
29.3.
14.4.
Right.
2.6.
Right.
23 million.
Right.
16.4.
16.4.
16.4.
And then 5.
Through the co-pays and miscellaneous is just about 500,000.
All right, just give me a second here. Okay. All right, let's go through some of, so the U.S. Marshal Program, and the substance abuse, that's what's, why it's still labeled the Delaney Hall,
Yeah.
drug treatment, but that's.
So that you would know it and I would know it.
Yeah,
when it
okay,
would start at the
that's fine.
beginning.
I'm not making a big deal out of that. And then the 29.3 federal inmate, and then the
14.4 was, excuse me, through you, Mr. President, 14.4 was the Union County.
Right, gotcha. Union County Corrections, gotcha, 14.461, and then the sub. And then the state was 16.4.
The state parole violators was 16.4, that's correct. There's also another category, state sentence, which is 2.6.
Right, okay, all right, I understand that better now. All right, and those revenues, what's anticipated for 2026 is achievable as far as you're concerned with?
Correct.
With everything else. All right, so if we can go to your correction budget. I mean, you have a very large budget in terms of the salaries and wages, as well as other expenses. Other expenses is the same as it was for 2025. But I do want to ask you about professional services. They were $17,854,000 in the 2025 budget. The modified budget was $19,454,000, and the expenditures were $19,234,000. So, excuse me, you brought that number back down for the 2026 budget amount to $17,854,000. So why is that not going to be the same as last year?
Yeah.
What's different in 2026?
So a large, that number is for the medical services.
Right.
And the medical contract is out for bid. So we don't know what that number is going to come back as. We want it to remain flat. We did have a large amount of people who were in our MAT program, which is the Medicated Assisted Treatment Program, and some of the medications were very high when we first started, so that's why the number. But now we've renegotiated some of that MAT contract money, so we believe that we can hold it at flat, but we still have to wait for the RFP submissions to come back in, which is about another 2 weeks.
Does this encompass just one contract or a number of contracts?
It's just pretty much the medical contract.
All right, so once we get that, we'll know whether or not this holds up or not.
Correct.
To be honest with you. All right, so that was the question I had there. As far as your payroll goes, I had, what did I come up with? I think I had, $838. I'm going off the payroll. So, how many vacancies do you have now in your
So,
organization?
when we're talking about the uniform staff,
Yeah.
for you, Mr. President, we do not have any vacancies in the uniform staff. We are actually overstaffed.
Wow.
The chief of staff and the county executive have allowed me to fill in for the very large amount of people we have either out suspended, no pay, out on FMLA, both consecutive and non-consecutive, and the people who are out no pay status.
We're going to talk about that in a second, but so let's look at the overtime.
Sure.
I know last year your overtime was budgeted for $9 million, and it came in at $12 million. This year, I looked at the second payroll, or I should say payroll number 2, and I noticed that when I take that overtime, which was roughly was $416,000 in payroll number 2, with roughly 6,000 hours of overtime. To annualize that, assuming that that's a stable number, I would come out with $10,807,000. And of course, that's a projection based on only one payroll, but that's much more in line. Your budgeted amount this year of $11,816,000 appears to be a lot more in line than it was the prior years, because I had this conversation in prior years, always said, you're not budgeting enough in overtime. So that's great that you got it there, and I guess you'll start seeing in subsequent payrolls, whether or not that number holds, and have a little room there based on what I just projected. I wanted to also touch on what I've discussed with departments as well, not just the overtime, but this issue of time not paid for, and how that is impacted on some of the larger departments that we have. And typically what's happening is people are taking time off without pay and without submitting for that time off. So could you give us a sense of what's happening in your department and how you're dealing with it, and how endemic it is to what's going on in the county overall?
Yeah, so the state of that for our department is this. Currently, we have 240 uniform staff on intermittent FMLA. We have 14 on consecutive FMLA. We have 30 that are unpaid consecutive suspensions. We have 17 on modified duty, which due to medical reasons, and we have a handful on medical leave. So that's why the county executive and the chief of staff has allowed me to go over, because a lot of those people are not coming to work, quite frankly, and some of them, to be honest, run out of time. Some of them are out of time already.
Yeah.
Right, for the year. And then they go the whole year of either, when they call out, being no pay status. We've started a program at the end of the last quarter of 2025. We're monitoring it every day. We're putting progressive discipline in place as needed. And the Orlando's Office of Management Budget is actually monitoring it in real time, day to day, shift to shift, actually, so we can make sure we stay. Traditionally, we have about between $5 to $7 million of no pay status, which, if you look over the last couple of years, that's been the number. So that's sort of like the state of we are as far as staffing and the no pay status.
And the big result of that also is, and correct me if I'm wrong, is how that impacts on your overtime.
Absolutely.
So there's a portion of that, if not a large portion of that generates the overtime. So effectively, if you're looking at overtime, you almost have to net the two, I would say, or at least a portion of the no pay time against the overtime, because it's a direct result of that.
Absolutely.
And then you have individuals on your department, I saw 5 in payroll number 2, that have over 200 hours. I mean, it's only 5 guys, but it's 200 hours in a one payroll period. So, there's 120, 140 hours overtime. You got the guys that really want to work.
Correct.
And I guess it gets to a point of efficiencies, too, you have to deal with.
Yes.
When you work that much time. But you have those guys that do want to work, and then you have the people that call up and just say, I'm not coming in.
That's correct. We have both ends of the spectrum here. And we've always had. In my 41 years, it's just the nature of the beast.
So given that, one of the other was, and I mean, I'm looking at, I only had one question on your other expenses, which are 27 million, but it was only that one item that dealt with the hospital contract, the medical contract. But I do want to deal with a little bit the federal marshals program and how you may view it. There's a considerable amount of money that comes in on it, and obviously there's a considerable amount of money that is expended on behalf of that program. Is there any analysis that might, or is there any feeling you may have as to whether or not that program really has a decent profit margin to it? Now, I'm not talking about fixed overhead like, you have to have a building, you have to have a certain amount of staff, administrative staff. I'm talking about the variable cost. Has there ever been anything that has been prepared that might check that number, check that operation to see if it really is making us money?
Yeah, so every time the contract is renewed with the U.S. Marshals, the federal government stipulates that we have to fill out what is called a JOEI form, J-O-E-I, and we have to itemize the salary contracts, our line items, our overtime numbers, and everything's put into the format, and then it comes up with a per diem daily rate. And the U.S. Marshals is a profitable number right now. And then that's why we negotiate not only the per diem rate, but also we have a mileage per rate for us picking up the inmates in New York, picking them up in South Jersey, picking them up in, so we go as far as Philadelphia and then up to Boston and Connecticut sometimes. So that's all factored in as well. If there's any medical expense, the federal government pays that directly to the hospital. So that's not, it's not coming out of our budget per se. So to answer your question, in short, the U.S. Marshals contract and program is profitable for the department, for the county.
But I mean, there's a factor there, and I'm going to ask you whether or not that goes into your calculation. We're talking about this inability to get people to come in on times and how that generates a lot of additional overtime that's not really pertained to any one program. It's a phenomenon that's happening throughout the county and probably throughout the country, where people just feel unobligated to show up for work every day. How does that get factored into that?
So when you develop a staffing plan, the staffing plan has something that's called a relief factor, and that accounts for training days, vacation days, personal time off. And you use national numbers, right, where what the trends are. When you stay within those numbers, the overtime numbers pretty much are low and have been low, or what. The issue that we have is that when you factor 10 or 12% of people calling out sick or being off for the day, we're okay with our numbers. When we're getting 38, 48, 52% people calling out a day, that's what then forces the overtime, and then forces the overtime numbers to go out. I mean, big days like the day after the Super Bowl day, we're getting over 110 sick calls, right? Those types of things, right? Mother's Day, we're getting over 100, 4th of July, day after 4th of July. Some of those big days, we have to account for it, but when you're talking about a relief factor, you can absorb 10, 12, maybe even 12, 13%. When we're getting 40%, no jail or no department can absorb that, but so that's why that gets into the mandation, the necessity to fill the posts. It's not like these are administrative posts, right? We could say, okay, for that day, don't fill out the paperwork. These are all custody posts, right? Security posts, so they have to be filled. They're either filled on a volunteer basis or they're filled on a mandatory basis. So, and that number then drives up the overtime.
Yeah, and that can't be all factored into any one contract.
No,
because it's not, nobody's going to pay it.
It's an unknown variable.
Yeah, so And then I assume once you complete that analysis as to what the per diem is for the federal marshals program, there's got to be a profit margin that's associated with that, a percentage on top of that in order to generate.
Correct.
So it's not a break even. You don't want to run a break even operation. No. So is there any particular factor that is in that you could recall what?
So I think the way of figuring out is that currently, right now, it costs about $140 a day to house a prisoner in our facility.
Right.
And we're getting about $156 from the federal marshals. So we're profitable there.
It's about a 10%,
Yeah.
you know. It's not a big profit, I
No,
would assume.
no.
Okay, well, that makes it very clear to me. I appreciate that very much. So as far as, I guess the next one, come off corrections, and you're having the police academy as well?
Yes.
So really, nothing to that. The operating expenditures stay the same. That was budgeted in 2025, and there's a slight increase in salaries and wages.
Right.
So the commissioners are aware, that number for 2025 that we spoke of, I don't know if it was the number budgeted or if I got the actual number, I think it was what was budgeted, was $1,429,269. And then for 2026, this no pay was $4,932,129. I want to see where the hell I got those numbers from. I didn't grab them out of the air. So what I'm saying is this year, you're acknowledging a greater amount of no time, that no pay. And you had made a statement too that last year, I think that number was closer to 6 or 7 million, you said?
Yeah.
So that's pretty significant.
Yes.
I mean, that could really blow your whole budget.
Yeah, that can, but we hope we don't get that far. You know, we hope that the discipline steps, the progressive discipline we're taking, that people are coming to work, incentivize them, get them to come to work. But we do traditionally over the last 6 years or 7 years have that number.
Yeah, Director, it's no reflection on your department. It's happening, and I've talked with the county administrator about it. It's happening countywide. And I think it's happening not only in the county, but I think in other public service entities as well. More in the public than in the private side. I don't think you get away with it as much on the private side, but, you have these collective bargaining agreements too that make it difficult to take action. So I really don't have anything else for you. I want to thank you very much for answering those questions and for making your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. McInerney. Commissioners, questions? Commissioner Cooper?
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank Director Charles and his staff for doing a good job over there at the jail. It's gotten a lot better since you've come and stabilized a lot of the issues. Two quick things. The food contract, did that go back out to bid recently? I remember the last meeting we had.
It went out to bid originally in January, maybe end of December, beginning of January, and then it went back out, I think, 3 weeks ago.
And some of the issues and concerns that you had when we talked a year ago, you're evaluating that as a part of the overall process?
Correct.
All right. And when we toured a year ago, you had some capital items that you wanted to get done. Did those things get addressed like over this last year, or are you budgeting for them now?
So some of them we started. We're in the first stage of, we had the plans drawn up. The system we're talking about, the duress system, which I know comes to mind. We have worked with vendors. We put out the specs. We've gotten the specs back. The wiring is an issue. The building is about 23 years old. So some of that stuff from an IT standpoint, we're working out. But that's probably going to see that kicked off probably within the next 2 weeks.
And were you able to get that software You wanted some software to communicate with the officers, you got that?
That's what we call the duress system.
Okay.
All that's wrapped in.
So all that's wrapped in, all
Yeah.
right?
We did also, what we talked about when you came out for your visit was the upgrade in the master control area as far as the cameras and the TVs. That was done throughout the whole building. So that was something that was very much needed.
And that's all done. All right, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, Commissioner Luciano?
Thank you, Mr. President, through you. I just wanted to put on the record, that over the last at least few years, our Director Ron Charles and his team have always been very transparent. They go to work every day with a smile on their face, even though we know that the climate is very tough being in law enforcement and corrections. There's no hiding that a few bad apples have unfortunately cost the bunch to become under the microscope. We know what you do. I think this administration under the county exec and your leadership as president has made it clear that if there is anything you guys need, that we can help out in any way, shape, or form or facet. We are here for you. And again, thank you for doing the job you're doing under the circumstances.
Thank you, we appreciate that.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Mary Thomas?
Through you, Mr. President, echoing certainly my fellow commissioners' sentiments, and personally just wanted to acknowledge you, Dr. Charles, and your entire team. I see many familiar faces, just for the incredible work that you guys have been doing, particularly around services for our officers. I had the privilege of joining our county executive and our chief of staff about a week or two ago at the grand opening for the renovated gym. And I know folks are ready for us to get up out of there so they could go ahead and use the machines and the space. And it was just such a beautiful experience, just the pride that was beaming throughout the space because the staff saw that continued investment that you and your team has in them reflected in the space, and certainly that value that our administration has in your department as well. And so that was really beautiful to see. And then even to learn more about how it's not just the the wellness piece through the gym, but also wellness and mental health services and programming in general. That's an investment for our staff. And so just wanted to commend each of you and all the workers and staff attached to your work because seeing that firsthand was really, really powerful, and grateful to have had that experience. I did have a question, and I'm glad that Vice President, in my head, hold on, my Vice President, always my Vice President in some ways, of course, but Commissioner Cooper mentioned this. The food contract actually got a outreach by a constituent maybe a day or two ago, questioning, responding to something that happened with a family member of theirs who was inside, and it was about the food, and it was pretty abysmal. I mean, in this particular case, a resident or an inmate had food that had like maggots or something crazy attached to it. And so I don't know, where that stands. And certainly I'm thinking back to my school board hat when I served on the Board of Education in Newark. There were a couple of different things that would happen when it came to food. Sometimes it would just be transport, right? Food is fine, but when it gets to the facility or to the school, something happens, something is left out for too long or in the wrong place, and then the quality of the food erodes. Or sometimes it's actually an actual issue with the supplier. So I haven't been able to kind of investigate and learn more particularly about what occurred with this particular person, but I wanted to flag that as you guys are in the middle of, looking at your food contracts, making sure that issues like that are things that we're paying attention to, and then we're also flagging what is the issue in the process that may have contributed to something like that happening, because even if it's not something that happens all the time, what are the ways that we can prevent it from happening in the future?
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. McInerney, do you want to come back?
Yeah, I just had one other question. Commissioner brought up the food contract. I know the board had approved an increase in the food contract based on an increase in population. Have those increases been included in the bid that went out?
Yes, they have, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Frank. Commissioner Cooper?
Thank you. Director, I do have another question. Sure. I recall there was a lot of discussion, concerns about some of the inmates that you guys were seeing related to their mental health challenges. And I know we had made some increases over the years to give you more funding to improve your effectiveness with dealing with them. But how are things going with that?
Okay. So we've added more social worker staff, some more clinical staff, and in the new RFP that is out for the medical, we've increased the mental health workers for the vendor. We increased it by 6 positions.
Okay.
We are getting the officers who are actually assigned to that mental health step-down unit. They are getting specific training on how to deal with mental health first aid through University Hospital, signs of a mental illness. Those people who are assigned to that unit actually have volunteered to work there, which was a tremendous, at first I didn't think we were going to get anybody really willing to work there, but we got a lot of people that wanted to work in there, who wanted to go for the extra training. We think it's paying off. I didn't note though, when the NCCHC was here in the ACA, that program, the step down unit, they are nominating that for the program of the year along with the Silver Lake Hospital. We will know more in the first quarter of this year if we actually are awarded that, but they want us to bring that program on the road, so to speak, at the conventions, because the level of care and the cooperation through all parts of the criminal justice system is basically unheard of in the United States. So we're proud of that. We're proud of the internal program, the step-down unit, and then the Silver Lake part of it as far as the drug and alcohol program. And so we're hoping that we're keeping our fingers crossed that we do well on it, but just to be acknowledged is a big.
Well, I'm excited to hear that. I think the only other thing that probably Commissioner Richardson and I would want to follow up is you did a good job of stabilizing these people, and then when they were leaving, the follow-up, the continuum of care, have you guys been able to kind of bring that part together too?
Yeah, so Dr. Vega is working with the outside, the non-government agencies, the organizations, the community, right? So when they leave us, they don't go to state prison, and they're being released to the communities. What do they need? How can we provide jobs for them? Driver's license is always a big issue, getting that. Work, we started that culinary arts program, so they're getting their culinary arts certification, so they can apply for jobs that need that. So we're reaching out to drug and alcohol facilities, faith-based unity. So we're trying to work with the community, and if the community has any programs they want to bring inside, we're willing to hear about that. We're working with the task force, the civilian task force, and Governor McGreevy, and actually we had a meeting today about expanding some of the programs that are going to be upon release and discharged.
Well, thank you, Director, for that response. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Commissioners, any other questions? Seeing none, Director Charles, thank you to you and to your entire team.
Thank you.
It's unfortunate you had to hog up all the time and they didn't get a chance to say a whole lot.
They are free to speak if they wish.
We're just teasing, of course. We just try to keep it light. It's a long night.
Yes, yes.
So, but we sincerely thank you. Congratulations again on the accolades that you referenced in the very beginning of your presentation, and I'm sure we'll see you again soon here at this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Jackson, we have our esteemed prosecutor next.
Yes, yes. And he is on tab 6, page 69.
Thank you. Page 69, everyone. I think we can let it slide this time. As long as it's got no rum in it. So by alley, but not today. Good evening, Mr. Prosecutor. Please, for the record, just state your name and affiliation and introduce us to anyone who may be here with you.
Great. Mr. Chairman, members of this esteemed
committee, thank you for having us today. My name is Theodore Stevens, and I am the Essex County Prosecutor. Along with me is Ethan Mathis, who is our budget consultant officer, jack of all trades for the office, and very helpful in putting our budget together. And Mr. McInerney, how are you, sir?
Good, Mr. Stevens. Good to see you, Mr. Prosecutor.
In 2025 and continuing into 2026, the Essex County Prosecutor's Office has been committed to meet the challenges associated with modern prosecuting. We've had the usual issues associated with what we do as the largest and the busiest prosecutor's office in the state of New Jersey. So those challenges continue, but in addition, there are others. Our workload, for instance, here in Essex has increased fairly dramatically because, as you all know, that for the first time in a long time, there's almost a full complement of criminal judges here in Essex County. For years, the county has operated with less than a full complement. Now that I believe there are 18 or 19 criminal courts going, and so that our resources are further stressed, making sure that we cover all of them. Unlike any other county, on any given day, there are multiple trials going on here in Essex County. That is good for the young APs that come and want that kind of experience, but again, in terms of the numbers, the individuals that we have to spread around, it's challenging to manage that, but so far, so good in terms of moving that along. In addition to that, we are continuing to, as we've done in the past, to engage and enhance our community engagement. We believe it's absolutely essential the prosecutor's office not be a standalone organization, but one actually that's involved and embedded in the community as much as possible, because we can't prosecute our way into a better community. It's got to be done in a collaborative fashion with the community. So we do that to the extent that we can. So we do the best we can to increase our relationship with third parties and to get involved in various activities that are going on in order to make friends and have the information also come to us as well. One of the collaborations, though, is closer to home in terms of having a youth initiative collaboration that we've just embarked upon with the Superior Court. Judge Venable, even though she is going to leave us very soon, was very interested in getting that off the ground. So we put together a meeting with the superintendents here in Essex with the help of Joe Zara. We met and had a breakfast with them. And so we are now on this month going to start an initiative where we are kind of doing an enhanced civics class, going to various schools to help to generate the next generation, if you will, of individuals who are going to be good citizens, understanding what the jury process is all about, what their goals should be, exactly how they can interact, and why it's so important for them to interact with as part of the process and part of the government, if you will, especially in light of all the negative information that's floating around today. I think that this is an idea truly whose time has come. So we're going to start at Barringer High School in Newark. Being a kid who's from East Orange, playing Barringer, that's always an interesting place to go to, but nonetheless, we're going to do that. And
we're gonna get some rivalry going here, I think.
don't worry, the county exec's not here, so I can say that today.
All right.
He's not coming. Yeah,
right. You got a blueberry right here, brother.
You got one there too?
That's right.
That's all right. That's right. I lost to Barringer, that's, I can say that with all. Robbie Wright was there, so that was a good team. And also, then we're going to also then, even closer to home, we're going to go to Donald Payne Tech for our second stop. So we're going to at least do those two. Had some really good early interaction there, so we're hopeful that that's really going to set the tone. So the second part of that will be having them come into the court complex when the weather finally breaks about July or August or whenever it does, and we'll have them come in and they can see juries operate and things like that. So we're real hopeful that this is going to be something that's going to be very long-lasting and will survive both the assignment judge and even me, for that matter, in terms of where we can help make a benefit to the community. And we still struggle with the usual hiring issues, which I've talked about every particular year, as every prosecutor's office does in the country.
I recently came back from a National District Attorneys Conference in Washington last week, where it was an advocacy day, sort of a program where we had interaction in talking about the issues which are important to every prosecutor's office, hiring being part of that. So we made sure we emphasized certain pieces of legislation to our federal partners. I happened to had the opportunity to meet with Congresswoman McIver, and she welcomed us warmly, and we talked to her about that, and I think she's fully supportive of a couple of key initiatives, one being an act called the HIRE Act, if you will, that is going to be modeled after COPS, which has been very instrumental and successful in making sure that law enforcement at the police level has made some strides. So we're hoping to do that on the prosecutorial or the DA level around the country. And also there's a need to make sure there's a steady funding source for VOCA. Now, violent crime, we need those individuals and that are out there to interact with the victims of violent crime. We happen to get a substantial amount of money, and it funds 4 or 5 of our our individuals who work in that particular unit. Without them, we'd be shut down. But we have about 11, that's 4 or 5, so we need those funds to continue to come for our victim witness advocates. Extremely important. So we got that information out there. So we continue to kind of work in that vein. But the good news is, for some reason, that the assistant prosecutor, I guess, pipeline has opened up quite nicely for us. And at this point, we're poised, absent people leaving notwithstanding. You never can tell when that's going to happen. But we are probably going to have, for the first time, a full complement of 127 assistant prosecutors come this September. We have, at this point, a waiting list of individuals we're trying to go through and vet for the last 3 or 4 positions that we have open. So that has been very welcome news. At some point in time, to be totally honest with you, we're taking people with a pulse and a law degree in terms of trying to fill some of these positions, but we're now able to be much more circumspect about that, and I think we're able to kind of fill some specific needs, so that has been particularly beneficial. Similarly, we're going to have the same sort of opportunities at our investigators level and also at our support level, because I think we need that. We're having some of the APs do some things that we need some paralegals and things to do. So we've got a real opportunity here to, I think, put the office where it needs to be. The challenge is going to be, though, next year. Now, this year, we are clearly going to be able to work within the recommended budget. I've spoken to the administration about that, and most specifically Phil, Elijah. We talked a little bit, and we worked with the administration as we always have, and we're always happy to do it because we understand that we're part of the greater community. And every year, I think this esteemed body says, do we have enough to really get through? And the answer has been yes, because we're always able to do some kind of switching at the end of it between the salary line, because we've never had a full complement there, so there's always some money left over. But if we're successful, as I think we're going to be in terms of filling these positions, next year could be one where we're looking at it and we're going to need some help. One, to maybe get 1 or 2 positions back, and number 2, just to get some more funding in to fund these individuals. And what further exacerbates that is the need for technology, which has been nonstop. We continue to expand our technological capabilities here at the Essex County Prosecutor's Office. In the past 4 years, we've expanded our cyber and technological capabilities with new initiatives, such as license plate readers. I don't know if you're familiar with those, but they're a staple in the county. Anywhere you go, your license plate is being read, trust me. Citywide camera systems, drone operations, digital forensics, crime scene prosecuting and processing. All of those things are extremely important. And we procured a digital evidence device called body-worn cameras. Everybody knows about those, right? Axon is our vendor, and that we've now settled on them after starting with the Panasonic system, and I guess there was some I guess, emphasis, attempt to use them since they had moved into the city of Newark, and so we attempted to use them, but frankly, they didn't work. So Axon is the standard model, that's the platinum model, and they're using that, and it's impossible for us to mandate that municipalities use that if we are not fully equipped to do that. So we have increased our capabilities with regard to that as well. Now, the cost of that, as we all know with technology, anything can happen. I used to work, my first job was with Unisys Corporation. That was, I don't know anything about computers. I could write a contract, but in terms of how they work, don't ask me. But we used to say in that business, anybody can make a mistake, but to really mess it up, it takes a computer. And that certainly continues to be true today. But when it works, it's tremendous, and so that's an asset that we continue to need. Just so you understand that the numbers on that, and much of it is the so-called unfunded mandates that come in from the AG's office that require us to have certain things. But long story short is this. In 2022, our forensic analysis and cyber technological services had an aggregate spend of $429,000 a year. And I could break it down if you need to hear that, but that was our sum that we spent. In 2026, it's going to be $1,375,000 a year. And this is not for anything that is an exotic sort of want to have. These are must-have items in terms of something Axon, as I talked about, the body-worn cameras, Celebrite, Gray Key, which allows us to get into cell phones, license plate readers, drone. All of that is necessary for us to continue to do our work, which is an approximately a 220% increase over that period of time. And it threatens to get worse from here because we have been unsuccessful in the state of being able to cap some of those dollars. And the computer companies know that they kind of have us where they need to have us, and those costs only go in one direction. So acquisition is one thing, maintenance and upgrade is another, and that's where we continue to see the increases coming. So we, as part of the Prosecutors Association, CPANG, we're going to lobby the new Attorney General to see if the state can take on some of these costs, since everybody has basically the same amount of costs, and have the AG's office either fund them or at least negotiate probably statewide systems that could be helpful to kind of moderate some of those costs as well. So those are the things that we are looking at specifically in order to move forward. So that's what I've been doing in my spare time since the last time I spoke with this esteemed body. In terms of our budget, you know that we're pretty much, I think, self-explanatory in terms of what our needs and our responsibilities are. As I said, that some of the line items, you look at some of the budgeted costs versus the spends, and some of those may look a little bit as if they were, they moderated significantly over the initial budget. But a lot of that was, I guess, made less substantial because there was this extra, this over pot of money, this excess, if you will, from the salary line that was able, and certainly been able to cover all our expenses going forward. But as I said in the very beginning, I'm pretending that in the future that may be a little bit more difficult to kind of do it the same way. So, as you see, we're looking at the bottom line, grand total of $447,032,446, a 6% increase, which comes to a $2,576,249 increase over what we were doing last year. And a lot of that is, of course, salaries, union negotiated contracts, and very little of it, as I said, a wish list, all of that being mandatory items. I want to thank the county administration, though, especially my friend Mayor Jackson, who has been extremely great to work with. He and Phil and the county executive have always been great to address any particular needs we have.
It's been a sort of thing where I think that we built up trust over the years. They know if we come to them, it's a very serious, we need it, you know, we're not just, we don't have, like, say, a wish list sort of an approach to it. And they've been as accommodating, I think, as they can be under these very trying circumstances, trying to keep everybody with health insurance. So we understand all of that goes on. So that's my budget. I'm here for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Prosecutor, for a very thorough overview. We appreciate your hard work from your department and yourself, of course, and, you know, moving forward. So, you know, it's certainly a challenge. It's no stranger. We've been, you know, having these conversations with you for years, and, you know, none of it is a real surprise. The technology one, I don't think probably surprises anybody, really, but it is the necessary equipment nowadays. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. McInerney to ask some budget questions, and then I'll open up to the commissioners.
Yeah, really, this is more of an observation, too. What you said is very true. Like, what historically has been the norm for your office is that we would see this amount in overtime, and we'd have to pick it up through, you know, the vacancies. It's totally turned around. We're now, what you're budgeting, we see transfers out of your department for $3 million a couple of years back. We're just not able to do that anymore. So when I look at, you know, the overtime that was budgeted for 2.7 and 2.6 was expended, that in and of itself, that you were able to match those two numbers up is great, because it's been different. And the fact that the salaries and wages came in almost as to what was budgeted as well was different. It was just from, I don't know, I guess last year was different too, but I can tell you that in the last half a dozen years that I can recall, that number was always, we were always making up one with the other, the salaries and wages, and you were always giving money back, to be honest with you. So that's changed dramatically. So what I've tried to do is look at your payroll, and it doesn't have, on the payroll, it doesn't have titles any longer. It's very difficult to line up the positions in the payroll with the positions in the budget. So I do have a question. There's people that are recorded in the payroll at 80 hours per pay period, and people recorded at 75 hours per pay period. Can you distinguish between the two?
Those are the, contractually, some individuals started longer, were not required to do the 80 hours, so those contracts, so you'll see less of that as, you know, individuals retire, age out, whatever, so I think everybody will be at the 80-hour, that would be my expectation.
And so how are you doing with the competitiveness of your salaries, especially your entry salaries and things like that? Where does that start, and how is that in terms of competitive with other prosecutors' offices?
Sure. It's a testament really just to people's dedication to want to do this job. People come to the Essex County Prosecutor's Office because they want to do the job. They want to work. It is a salary which is competitive, but by no means is it the top 3 or 4 in this state, especially when compared to the amount of work that gets done. I mean, it may sound like a broken record, but I mean, we're one of 21 prosecutors' offices, yet we have 1/3 of the violent crime in the state of New Jersey. 1/3. And so that means everybody works. But fortunately, we have people who want to come here to either A, get good at what they're doing, and this is the only place where on any week, as I said, there are multiple trials going on. And you go to some counties, they may have 1 criminal trial a year. I mean, it's just no comparison. So fortunately, that while that is work, that's our draw, if you will. So we've tried to increase, since I've been here, we've increased the salaries, I don't know, what about 75 now, right? And that's going up from 60, from 66? Yeah. All right, so it's gone from 66 to 75 in the 7 years I've been here, all right?
I remember the 56 number. That I do recall.
Right, so we're making strides. Bergen, I was just talking to my counterpart there, my good friend, Prosecutor Misella, they start people at 100.
So obviously, if we lose somebody to Bergen, I'm not saying I like it, but as Chris Rock said, I understand. You know, I mean, you know, at least it's something we know where we're at. But you have the same kinds of issues though going on where, you know, they may not work doing the kind of work we do. They do good work in Bergen, very good, but they just don't do what we do here. So, you know, we do what we can. We have 127, they have 80 maybe. And, you know, a place like Gloucester has 50 and they pay more. And, you know, so I mean, you know, the numbers, the work, you know, the economics, we understand where we are. But despite that, people want to come here and work. So, you know, I'm going with that, whatever that means.
But, Mr. Prosecutor, you still have options to not arbitrarily, but some discretion as to who gets merit increases and things of that nature. So if you've got a shining star and you want to keep them, you do have flexibility within your budget to allocate. You're not tied to collective bargaining or some other strategy.
For assistant prosecutors, no. You know, the investigators have a contract,
course,
so they're good. No, they have just the regular management issues that go along with that. You know, somebody gets a increase, somebody else says, why not me? And so we're circumspect about managing people with that. Now, if there's, you know, somebody we're making those kind of decisions based on promotion. So because as people leave, then the people who are best suited and most, I guess, worthy of moving up, we're moving them up. So, you know, we've been able to work very carefully, look at it, and to the point where nobody's had a problem with promotion we made so far. Why me, why them? The person has been worthy to move up. At some point in time, that may be an issue. Able to manage it that way to create some positions and to fill some supervisory positions. So we've been able to manage it that way so far.
But I mean, as you get up, I'm assuming that the 80 hours as I get up are basically assistant prosecutors, especially those that aren't redundant, the same for a period, more than likely represent a collective bargaining unit. But they do get up, 175, 176, 180.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, but some people, their salaries, those that stay long-term, you know, they do make a decent salary, and it's great work, so that they, you know, they're used to it, and then it's a great pension. What was very helpful, to be honest with you, was the legislation that brought back the prosecutor. Very helpful. So people.
That is in the non-professional. There was 200,000 budget, you expended almost 290, and you're only asking for 200 again. Is that achievable in that one line item, non-professional services?
Well, it's achievable based on the same approach we've been making so far. I think, which line item is that? Which
non-professional services.
Non-professional, where's that? Here?
It's budgeted for the same.
Right there.
As in 2025, but it's.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that is interesting. That's really part of our technology costs. IT, our Xerox costs, LexisNexis. You know, that's a number, I guess we were 288. You know, that's something that's going to be, am I going to get under 200,000? No. I'm not going to make that. It's going to be more than that. It's going to be closer to the 280 without question.
And I have that same question on stationery and office supplies. I don't, it was 200,000 budgeted, nearly 400,000 expended, and it's down at 250.
Right.
Is that something typically you would think would would stay in line or would be more than the 250 budgeted?
Well, that should stay in line because we are embarking, trying to get permission to go to a paperless office. So we need permission, I guess, what is the organization? DOOR, Division of Revenue and Enterprise Services, a group I'd never heard of until trying to embark on this. But they need to approve us to go into a paperless environment to really take advantage fully of the technology we have. So once we get that approval, which we're expecting to get, then that should moderate those costs as well.
And you have the software in place to pick up that?
Yeah, we do have that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I don't have any other questions. Again, I think most of this is really in the payroll, and as I said, it's different than it was in previous years.
Yeah.
Things are matching up as if, and there's nothing left over.
Right.
It's being budgeted according to, your needs.
That's why I'm sounding the alarm for next year.
Okay.
We hear it. Thank you, Mr. McInerney. Commissioners? Commissioner Luciano?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Prosecutor.
Thank you, sir.
Again, I do remember when you sat in that chair as surrogate, how you are a prosecutor. Thank you always for a great presentation. Question I had, and forgive me if I missed it in your presentation. In Essex County, are we whole when it comes to judges? I know for years we had said that we were not whole, that we were down. What is your analysis of where we're at now?
I did start with that. We are at 100%.
You're at 100%, right?
Yeah, so we
And
have.
you don't foresee that ever dipping down like a mass exodus or, I know sometimes patterns are cyclical when it comes to this stuff. So even though we're whole right now, I mean, and again, I talk about it in lines of, chess. We don't really need to know about it when it happens. It's nice to know your move before it happens. Do you guys foresee that changing in the near future?
I don't know why it would personally. I mean, that's really a question for the courts in terms of how they see whether or not the approach to filling vacancies has changed or, moderated, whatever, going forward. As people get nominated and they get sworn in, then, we work with them. So our situation is filling them because we always want to have multiple prosecutors assigned to a court. There was a time when there were 3, maybe in some cases 4 prosecutors assigned to a court. That doesn't happen anymore. Now it's 2, so that everybody's got to be a little bit more on their game.
Got it, thank you. And again, I must have stepped out, I think, in the beginning of your presentation. So I apologize
No, it's
that I
okay.
missed that. And I guess the other question, and again, maybe you touched upon it, as far as court goes, is everything in person or is there anything virtual? I know some counties, I had read, still had a virtual, I think even
Component.
jury selection, right? I don't know if is that the case here in Essex, or are we all in person?
It's a hybrid situation. I think that the initial stages in terms of jury selection is done on a hybrid basis, and then they come in for the introduction, and then certainly for jury selection. That's all being done in live, in person. Trials have always been in person in terms of that, and most hearings are, I think, everything, the grand jury, just about everything is in person right now, but those few aspects of it are early on. The preliminary ones may be done remotely.
Okay. Thank you for those updates. Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes. Commissioner Richardson?
Yes. Mr. Prosecutor, always great to see you. You always do a fantastic job at what you do. But what jumped out at me is, and it's conversations that I have all the time with a lot of different constituents and just people in general, when we talk about young folks and schools not teaching civics. So I'm happy to hear that you're going around, especially to my alma mater initially, to talk about civics. It's very important. It's something that our people and young folks are missing, and it probably has a lot to do why they don't get involved in politics, because they don't really understand it and how it affects everyone in their everyday life. So last month I was invited by Judge Spencer I had a room full of kids up in the West Orange Library, and it was the Jack and Jill program, and we were talking civics. And these kids, they're like 10, 11 years old, were really engaged. So I was encouraged by these kids, and you know, I definitely want to keep doing it. So when you go to Barringer, if my time permits, my schedule permits, I'd love to go with you.
On the 19th.
And go to Payne, because I think it's vital, it's really important that our young people understand civics. And we need to put it, it needs to go back into the curriculum in our schools, so I love that.
Yeah, thank you, sir. I was on the 19th at Barringer and the 24th at Payne. Yeah, those are our 2 dates. So 9 a.m. 9 a.m. I'll send that out if I can through Madam Clerk so that the entire
Is that
commission.
Monday?
No, I don't think so. I think it's
19th of?
this month. Let's see what it's at. That is it is the Thursday.
Thursday.
Thursday the 19th and the Tuesday the 24th. Yeah, so, but yeah, you know, it's amazing. From a personal standpoint, it's important that I do this, and you know, whether outside activities, whether the frat or whatever going on, because when I see kids professionally, it's really the worst day of their life.
Absolutely.
You know, they're in the process. We're getting ready to sentence them, or something else has happened, and that's just the nature of what the job is all about. So anything we can do to try to do that, I was talking to a group of people the other day and said, my job is to try to put myself out of business, you know, to try and where there is no need for the prosecutor's office now. You know, of course, the odds of that happening are remote, but, you know, we need to make strides wherever we can, especially if we're able to just educate some folks, because they talk, you know, kids talk among themselves. I hear all peers do. So we get that information out there, and then it kind of maybe develops a life of its own going forward, since we can't get to everybody. So we'll kind of train the trainers, so to speak, and then let them go out there and do their thing.
Commissioner Mary Thomas?
Through you, Mr. President, thank you, Prosecutor Stevens, for your report, for your entire team and your department, not just for your report, but for the work that you do. It's interesting. I'm so glad that you mentioned the civics piece, Commissioner Richardson, because, you know, Barringer, particularly, you guys have the police academy and the justice academy, and so there's already kind of a civic thread embedded into the school. The last time I was at Payne Tech, I think I visited a AP government class or something like that, and that was my first time going into the courtroom style classroom that they have in the school. And so the kids, these were sophomores and juniors, they were so ecstatic about, you know, telling me about the things that they already know about my job and the work that all of us in this room do, right? Which is to contribute to our local democracy and to be an active part of that. And so I'm just so glad to hear that that work is being continued and invested in through your department, and however we can continue to support, I'm looking forward to that. I did have a question about the VOCA piece I was really glad that you brought up, because, you know, that was one of the many areas where, you know, under this current federal administration, there were cuts or threats of cuts across the country, and certainly a number of organizations that I hold dear to my heart here in Newark that do a lot of anti-violence and community-based violence prevention work were affected by some of the kind of cuts that occurred. I'm forgetting if they were explicitly related to VOCA or just kind of community-based prevention, violence prevention work in general. I am curious, though, if you could refresh us, and you shared a little bit about that, the scope of work that's currently covered by VOCA funding. I know it's some victim advocacy.
Yeah, the victim witness advocates.
That's right, that's right. And roughly how many positions, just if you could just give a quick broad strokes, I know we're tight on time, but I want to get a better sense of really what's at stake and what's being serviced by this particular program.
Well, thank you for asking that. I'm always happy to talk about our victim witness advocate program. It's headed by a woman named Pam McCauley, who is the longest standing supervisor or professional, if you will, in the state of New Jersey on victim witness advocacy. She runs a program with 12 individuals, and so they get involved in all aspects of a particular case. From the victims, obviously, who are involved in the case, they keep them informed. They're really the go-between between the assistant prosecutor and the investigator and the victim and their family. The information, they keep them informed of what's happening with the case. They give them the options in terms of helping to basically explain what they may have heard from an AP, and they're more community-based, so sometimes they can break it down or continue to explain it in a way where it finally does break through. They're helpful in terms of providing just assistance in the courtroom during the trial and that hand-holding that's so necessary to get through the trauma of a homicide or a very, very serious matter that unfortunately we deal with on a regular basis. And they're part of the outreach, the community group. We happen to have a dedicated van, which is, appropriately marked, indicating that they're the victim advocacy, the justice unit, that's what we call it. In fact, I usually wear, do I still have that thing? I think I have it here. Yes. Our community justice band, which we have here, that just let people know that we're all about justice, stay safe. The mission of our office, as you probably know, is to seek justice, serve justice, and do justice. And so that's the arm of what we do that is 100% dedicated to making sure that that information gets out there to the public and that they're reminded and they're assisted. And they bring back information to us in terms of what the community needs as well. So it's an essential group in every prosecutor's office nationally.
Absolutely.
And so it's the sort of thing where it has been funded, just so that you know, through fines and fees and a couple of kind of large verdicts that the federal government has acquired over the years. And it's been, large verdicts, multi-million-dollar, billion-dollar verdicts, and so that's kept it afloat. But fines and fees, as you may not know, is something that has dwindled over the years as there is an emphasis to try and get people back into the workforce. So individuals, in order to give them a second chance, if they're saddled with fines and fees, often they get wiped out in order to give somebody a fresh start, which makes sense. I understand that. I mean, having been a judge, I've had people who were in custody for weeks because they couldn't pay a $500 bail. So, those sorts of things don't make sense sometimes. But the result is those fines and fees were paying for certain programs that now are not as well funded because they don't exist anymore. So there needs to be a different revenue stream to supplement that.
What types of assurances are we getting from either the federal government or wherever our kind of intermediaries are that funding will be protected, even in light of the precarity that you're speaking to?
Well, assurances are different things. I think it means different things to different people, especially at that level.
Sure.
But I would say that there was not a legislator. We met with a congressperson, a senator, who did not indicate they were in favor of finding a source. So at least we're getting the lip service to say that they're with us, even though no one has been able to come up with something that was that would pass muster. So at least we're getting the support we get verbally. We just need to have some action.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Good. Commissioner Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Prosecutor, for doing an awesome job. I have a question. How many kids did you bring in for your summer program?
80.
And when do they start and how long is it?
They start in June. They go through, it's a six-week program.
And what do they do as a part of the program? Do you look for a certain kind of kid who's looking to go into like pre-law or political science, or is it open to everybody?
The selection process is above my pay grade. I leave that for Executive Assistant Prosecutor Gwen Williams and her crew. But essentially, we're looking for a well-rounded group, people who have shown that they have the desire really to give it 100%. it's a great 6 weeks. Everybody says it's, I have friends whose kids have gone through it, and one of them indicated to me, I don't know if you know Greg Tynes in West Orange, and he said it was like the first time that his kid came home and told him actually what he did that day. So, it was, so they have a varied agenda. They'll do things here in the complex. They have outside trips. They go to Philadelphia, going to New York usually, and then they have something called Trooper Week. Trooper Week, where they go down to the State Police Academy in Seagirt and spend a week down there, which I understand is rigorous. I mean, they do a boot camp kind of a week where they're up at 5 or 6 in the morning and they're exercising on the beach and doing all those kind of things. So it's a varied sort of agenda that everybody seems to get a lot out of.
Well, thank you for that. I'm going to refer Akita to your program.
Sure, absolutely.
All right, Commissioners, we good? All right, Mr. Prosecutor has to go home and get rest so he can fight crime tomorrow.
Thank you.
Mr. Prosecutor, thank you as always, sir. Thank you for joining as well.
Pleasure. I didn't even need to drink them out.
Take care, Ken.
Thanks, sir.
Okay, Mr. Jackson, I think we're closing out the show with the,
Yeah, Mr. Muhammad's
Mr.
going
Muhammad show, right?
And he's going to be kind of like all over the place, but we'll start with tab 3, page 15.
All right. 15. We're going to finish strong here. Mr. Muhammad, when you are ready, you may start. Just please remember to state your name and affiliation for the record.
Hussam Muhammad, Director of Finance. I'm joined here by Mrs. Annette de Blasio. She's the backbone of our office. First is the Administration Finance. Department of Administration Finance has 8 divisions: Office of Director, Accounts and Control, Management and Budget, Information and Technology, Human Resources, Public Information, Purchasing Office, and Treasury Office. Salaries and wages is only reflecting the contractual increases. Other expenses are flat. There is no increase from last year. Currently, the division has 49 active employees and 4 vacancies. And I'm here for any questions.
Mr. McInerney?
Are the 4 vacancies in accounts and controls?
Actually, Accounts and Control and Human Resources.
How much are in accounts and control? Because I got 4 vacancies there.
3? 3, yes.
3 are there, okay.
Any other questions?
Just an overview that, there's no increase in any of the other expenses, and a very modest increase in salaries and wages.
Yes.
Commissioners, any questions? All right.
Can we
Mr.
go to
Mohammed, please proceed.
page 168?
So the next item is the Central Expense and Insurance. This line item, budget line item, represent indirect cost, such as postage, copy machine leases, maintenance contracts, rent for offices, office space, parking, senior transportation match, and JARC grant match. And there was a small increase in that JARC match from the state. It went up slightly. Plus, we have the section for central kitchen, and this represents the meals for youth house and correction and hospital center served meals. Next is the insurance line.
Let me ask a question, if I can. Would you just explain the difference between what's labeled as treasury reserves and then the increase in non-professional services?
Yes, this is this money set aside for potential contract increases, and we had.
I got you. Yeah, all right.
One of them is the health for the correction facility, because it's unknown as of right now.
So, and just for the commissioners, all those retroactive increases that came for the sheriff's department and corrections and some of the other contracts that went in for an extended period of time. This may be part of 24 and 25, I'm not sure. But we had like $33 million in reserves at one point in time.
Yes, we did, and we paid off all the outstanding retros for all the departments. We're really great. As of right now, the reserve around 8 million, and this will be for the pension liability.
On the retros?
Yes, on the retros, yes.
Okay, so just so the commissioners understand, with all those retros that were all awarded in 1 year, the administration made sure that during the course of that period of time, they were building a reserve so that when that large retro came in, it didn't hit on a cash basis in 1 year. It was already set up in the balance sheet as a reserve, previously appropriated, or at least if it wasn't appropriated, it was reserves that lapsed. And so, when you have that many years that go by where somebody's not getting an increase, you have to set up have to appropriate those amounts in every year, even if they're not used. And then they go to the reserve in the balance sheet, and then when that bill finally comes due, you're hitting a bank as opposed to your operating budget. So I think that really is a lot to be said for the conservative way the administration deals with the budget, making sure that we have adequate reserves. We also have reserves for snow plowing and things. Well, it's called something differently now.
Yes.
How much is that reserve now?
They call it storm reserve. The state actually widened the purpose for the snow reserve, so I can use it for any storm.
Right.
And we ended the year around 7.2 million, and unfortunately, the recent snowstorm actually hit our reserve. It's down to 5 million right now.
It's down to 5 million?
Yes, 5 million. Yes.
Okay, but the point is, the snowstorm came, and instead of hitting it all in the 1 year, we had money set aside that we didn't use from prior years. So we didn't have a lot of snow. Well, we didn't just put that into fund balance. We set up a separate reserve. I should say the administration set up a separate reserve. And so it was prudent when that bill came due, when you finally had a bad snow, it went against the reserve and not against the annual budget. So again, that's all conservative. That's why we have the fund balance we have. Fund balance we have is real because there's reserves set up for those contingencies that don't have to come out of fund balance.
Yes.
To that point, just one question with the, as what you just, I believe Mr. Mojave said, $8 million in the fund that we had dedicated for the retros?
For the pension, for the retros. The retros already was paid.
Right.
And this is potential liability when state will be billing us for the employer share of the retros for the pension.
Okay. And so that will always have some funds in it, or would this get
Well,
zeroed out?
you have to
at some point?
appropriate, yeah. I mean,
We don't know how long. It won't be zeroed out or anything anytime soon.
Because we settled so many contracts in recently, like last year,
Right.
And the year before. So we paid all the applicable retros to the employees, and we didn't get the pension bill from the state yet.
I see. So we're still waiting on that portion of it.
Yes.
So we will, at some point, does this get zeroed out, or if there's any leftover goes to the general fund?
It will be paid to the state. If there is a need to reserve more funds, we will do. But as of right now, all the departments they have a contract until 2028.
Okay.
But I think the point is, though, that those funds will be down, those reserves for the contractual would be basically wiped out based on the fact that we had to use it.
Yes, we did. Yeah.
So we'll start over again. So-
Yes.
Yes. Well, hopefully not the 28.
Through you, Mr. President, I have another question on that same
Go ahead, Commissioner.
item.
Please.
How long have we had this practice in place as far as kind of preparing for the worst before we can get to the worst, as far as our reserves and making sure that we're already prepared appropriation-wise? About how long have we had those kind of fiscal practices in place?
I'd say maybe a few years after this administration took control.
Quite a while.
Make sure that there was a lot of cutting went on in the beginning. I can remember this board cut over, this was when Joe was the field president, cut over 2.2 million out of the boards. We didn't have a lot, but they cut 2.2 million out of this budget. But going forward, to build that, in the beginning, we were in the hole. So it took a while. And then I guess, it depends on how much you had left over, but I think it's been the policy to make sure that we have reserves set aside so that all of one hit doesn't destroy one year's budget, especially when it comes to the retros.
And is that common across other counties of our size? I'm curious if we kind of in our own
I
lane.
don't know specifically. I know there's too many municipalities, at least I'm aware of, that don't reserve their retros. And then when they come due, it's a catastrophe.
Right.
Because you also have a cap on your appropriations, that you can't increase your appropriations over a certain amount. So, no, this administration has been very prudent about things like that. And, after it got itself out of the woods from prior administration, it was, it did this. It built up a surplus of $100 million at one point. It's not that now, I don't believe. But also that didn't include the reserves. So, we're in good shape. That's why we went to a AAA bond rating. I think we're a little lower than that now, but that's why we came out of a junk bond rating as well.
Right, quickly, Mr. Cooper?
Question, now that all of the contracts are settled, we've paid all of the retro pay, all of the retro payments, we're all up to date with all of that, right?
Yes, we did, yeah.
All right, thank you.
Let's move on. Mr. Lahari.
The line has also the insurances. We have workers' comp insurance and liability, and this was flat. We had enough budgeted from last year. The big increase was for the group insurance, which is the health benefit. We are part of the state health benefit plan, and the state went up 36%. And this translates to $24.5 million extra from 2025.
Okay.
We good, Ms. McInerney?
Yeah, we're good.
That's the conclude this section.
Let's move on.
Questions on that one, or keep going?
Yeah, let's keep going.
Okay.
Unless you want to take another.
Yeah, no, debt service is 189.
Yeah. I know we reviewed some of this at the budget presentation that the county executive did, but we talked about it then a little bit. All right, Mr. Mohammed, please, 189, everyone.
Yes, in 2025, the debt service was 101 million. In 2026, it actually dropped to 87 million, 87.5 million. We tried to stabilize the liability for the debt service. That's why we had $10 million paying off some bond anticipation notes. And we didn't actually bond for 2 years because the rates were extremely high, and we expect rates can go down. So that's why we did a 1-year note, and we plan for this year also. We plan to issue another note, and hopefully by next year we will actually bond everything. We think the interest rate will drop to acceptable level, and we can actually bond it for 25 years or 30 years. So that's basically our strategy. And 2027, this is include like the potential debt service incurred every year, the 20 million with self-imposed limits every year to be issued as debt service.
Mr. President? Yeah. So we had this drop-off that was much more substantial at one point in time, where we saw that debt service was going to drop, I can't remember the number, 50,
to 67 million.
60, it was going to be, but then we put on, I think, $168 million for
the family court.
the county courthouse. So I'm assuming you structured that debt in such a way that that used up some of that.
Yes,
reduction?
now the debt service is more leveled, and we expect in 2027 will be around 88 million. That's still an estimate because, based on an interest rate, but we think for the future years it will be almost leveled. Yeah.
So there was the ability to structure that $168 million amortization of debt service, of principal and interest in a way that, where we don't have the cliff anymore, where we get that, we kind of filled in the,
Yes.
you know, so that it's more even.
It's more stable for the future years, yeah.
So there's not going to be any other real dips?
Not in the next 10 years.
Right, okay.
So that's conclude that service. Any questions?
Yeah, let's move on to unclassified and deferred charges.
Page 181.
Unclassified and deferred charge and utilities. This include the professional service, and this to pay for the audit, single audit fee and the website fees, and the membership to NACO and NJAC. And to also include the development fund, when this is for one of the unions, it's 1.7 million. The utilities, there was the increase in utilities for a couple of reasons. First, the rates are up, and plus we added another building, which is a family court, so this has required more utilities. So this was an increase in the utility line. After that, we have statutory expenditures, and this include the contribution to Public Employee Retirement System, PERS, and this is actually went down. The state reduced the rate for the employer share.
Which page?
What page is that?
This is. $191.
Okay. Thank you.
This include the contribution to DCRP, defined contribution plan, and ERS, which is the county pension plan for people who actually before PERS, and the public employee retirement system. And this actually went down because the state rate went down this year, and for the police and fire, and this actually went up because we process some of the, the based on the new contract, the salaries went up significantly, and the pension bill went up by that, because it was multiple years of salaries were hit one time. Any questions?
Yeah, I'm good.
Revenues are on 193.
So the revenues, the biggest item in the revenue is the tax, the county tax, and this year we have increase is 1.74%, which is $8 million increase to the tax levy, and this is way below the 2% limit we will actually have a cap bank this year, like every year. And we have anticipated the revenues. We are allowed to anticipate revenues up to the amount collected in the prior years. And we had some increase in some of the revenues, like the youth house, it actually went up to $20 million. And the hospital center got more relief, and they got more money this year. Any questions on the revenues?
Yeah, so I just want to take the commissioners through this in a little bit more detail on some of the bigger items. So you can see on page 194 that we just had some of the larger items, the Delaney Hall. That's the $23 million we spoke about with Director Charles. That comes into the correctional facility. Now, the $18 million for the hospital fee program that we discussed with Director Del Guardio, And that is substantially over what we had last year. One of the other items is investments, interest on investments and deposits, which really goes up and down based on what the interest rates are. So the higher the interest rates, the higher that number will be with our excess funds that are invested. And this year, we brought in 7.6 million, we only budgeted 6.3. So we actually collected more than that. Some of these other items, we have the Parks Department, which is, we went over with Director Salvanti, $23,650,000. It's budgeted $2 million more based on the ordinance that we passed the other night. We also looked at the registrar's office. We're actually budgeting less than what we collected last year. Following page, we had the sale of the county property. We did not consummate that sale for the
Gibraltar building.
And I'm assuming it's in the budget for this year. So can you give us any detail as to where that's at?
Yes, I can. We are finalizing sort of an amended agreement with the group. They are getting the state of New Jersey to lease space, the space that we are in now, that we're now out of.
Right.
So they're finalizing that, and I'm anticipating like a fall closing.
Okay. They're not doing anything with those state tax bonds, are they?
I don't know what
How
they're doing, but I do know that they are.
But they don't have a lease with the state as of yet, correct?
And another space they do, and they're actually moving. I think their plan is to move the state from the building, and I can't remember exactly where it is, but to move them now in from there into where we are, and then I maybe even convert the other building into maybe residential or some other kind of use. So.
But we're still holding $250,000 of their money?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. The other one is the state and federal participation. It's in the welfare. No, I think that's Frank's as well. And the surplus anticipated is the same as last year, 36 million. And the only relevance of that will be at the end of every year, we come up with like a profit and loss statement. It's called the results of operation. And the question is, what did we generate in terms of a positive results of operation? If we did $36 million or above, then we're fine. If we did less than 36 million, which I think we did this year, we're going to be eating into our surplus a little bit, or a lot. I don't know if we only, let's just say we did our results of operation of 2025, was our revenues exceeded our appropriations by 26 million, then 26 is added to fund balance, but we're pulling 36 out to put in the current year's budget. So we've just reduced our fund balance by 10 million. I just want to understand that. And then we talked about Union County Corrections with Director Charles, and the welfare miscellaneous is also up 5 million from previous year. I think that's pretty much it.
Commissioners, any questions?
We have state aid.
Commissioner Cooper?
Thank you. Why did the state, maybe I missed the conversation, the state inmates line item drop off so much?
State inmates item?
Under the anticipated revenue. Is it a delay in funding coming from them?
State
On page 194.
Yes, the state inmate, this amount was provided by the department. They felt the activities from the state is less than, it's going to be expected to be less, so they anticipate less funds. And they have more on a state on parole, like a state inmate on parole, and they increased that line item.
So he decreased one line item and increased another one?
Yes, it's
So
just
they're offsetting each
classification,
other.
yes.
Whatever happened to the prosecutor's pilot program? Is that died out?
It is included, it's $7 million, yes.
Okay.
It's there.
I didn't see it.
That's on state and federal grants on page 195, correct?
And then my other question would be, there's been a lot of talk about the health benefits going up. How are we managing that within, is the numbers that we have now reflected in this budget, or are we expecting it to be higher than what it is?
No, the number for this year is reflected in the budget. Excuse me. The challenge becomes for next year,
Okay.
if there's a similar increase, which right now, all things point to that it's going to be, at least as much next year, because we have people dropped out. Mercer County just dropped out of state health benefits, and some municipalities are dropping out. And the problem becomes, that the people who are dropping out are the better
better people
entities, because they can get independent.
Right.
We went out and looked for private insurance and some other things, and the other options that we looked at were more expensive than what we have now. So we're, between now and next year, we're going to really explore a self-funded mechanism, which would save us money. But there's some inherent risk.
Right.
But we could perhaps insure against that. So we're going to have to play with it, because we cannot sustain another, $25, $30 million increase in health benefits. It's just not. We just can't do it. So
Right.
without completely eroding our fund balance, you just can't do it.
Because this year, did we have to take from the fund balance? We did to
Yeah, our
cover
fund
some
balance
of the
is
costs?
down from last year. I think was it about? 10?
By 7 million.
Yeah. That's right, because we changed, 7 million. We can't keep.
No, you can't, no. So we have to make some changes to do something different. Maybe a hybrid approach. I'm seeing some folks look at doing a part self-funded and funded to make, everybody's looking at that. Thank you.
That's it. All right, Frank, I think we're on the last one.
That's Frank's show.
This guy's job over here. Mr. McInerney, it's on.
That's tab 2, page 9.
The last is in the front, huh?
Yeah,
First shall be last, as they say.
in the legislative offices, the Board of County Commissioners, that's pretty cut and dry. I mean, everybody who is getting a salary here is on by ordinance. And obviously, the commissioners are paid in accordance with the ordinance, as well as the confidential aides, the attorneys, myself, we're all on by ordinance. So this is a pretty stable number. You can see the other expenses are the same as what they were in the prior period. And we've spent less than we did in the prior year, in this year. As far as the clerk's office, I really haven't adjusted this yet. I know the administration has, but there are some positions that I've talked to the president about that we want to take a look at. We may be able to make some of that up in other expenses, but this is going to change, and I'll have that done shortly. But again, it's not much different than it was. Our budget has been significantly, has really not increased substantially over the last, I'd say, 10 years. It's been pretty stable.
I hate to say that, this might be the end of the party tonight.
Discussion though, right?
Yes. So I have maybe a few quick comments.
Yes.
Commissioner Mary Thomas.
Thank you. This is just to Mr. McInerney, and I appreciate the kind of quick overview, but I had a question, 2 small questions. So one, you mentioned there's some things that may change within the clerk's office. I'm wondering if you could illuminate some of those prospects that you're considering or that are floating for you. And then secondly, when I saw this, like a slight decrease, and I'm imagining that's because of the vacancies currently within the office.
Yeah, we're going to change that.
Yeah.
It's going to change.
Okay. And when you say it's going to change, is that something that that'll come up at another meeting or just?
Yeah, I mean, I can make you aware of what the changes are going to be.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all I'm trying to get a sense of.
Absolutely. Sure.
Perfect. Okay, good, thanks.
Commissioner Cooper?
Thank you. I apologize for this question. I meant to ask it when we were on that tab. When we were at the Corrections Office, Director Charles section, what is that no pay due negative $4.9 million?
That's what we were discussing, what it is, and it's also in the sheriff's office. It's people who don't show up for work.
Oh, that's the no
So
show
what
up for
happens
work
is you have an
people.
increase in overtime to make up the difference, or other people have to fill that spot, and that's actually quantified.
That's the no show up people, okay. Thank you.
All good? Everyone, thank you. Mr. Jackson and to your team, thank you for all of the department directors who came and gave us excellent presentations. This is about as smooth as a long two-day hearing could be. I thought it went. I want to thank our staff, led by our deputy clerk, and for everyone here. These are long evenings, so I want to say thank you all, and to our colleagues, and to the star of our show, Mr. McInerney, for asking all the hard questions. And with that, I'll take a motion to adjourn.
Move it.
Moved by Richardson, second by Cooper. Yes, all in favor?
Aye.
Good-looking book.
Nice book. Beautiful.
Oh, thank you.
What is it? You said the design?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is nice.